The Simpsons has been on television since the 17th of December, 1989. 36 seasons. Nearly 800 episodes. The longest-running American animated series, the longest-running sitcom, and the longest-running scripted primetime show in the entire history of television. And in all that time, across every single one of those episodes, nobody in Springfield has aged a single day. Bart Simpson is still 10 years old. Lisa is still 8. Maggie is still working through that same pacifier. Homer still drives to the same nuclear power plant every morning, parks in the same spot, and sits down in front of the same reactor core while the same ancient billionaire struggles to remember his name. 36 years, 0 birthdays, not one gray hair. Now, most people clock this as a standard animated television convention and move on. Cartoon characters don't age. That's just how it works. Everyone accepts it, nobody questions it, and the show keeps running. But here's the thing about The Simpsons specifically. It has been running long enough, and it has layered in enough detail, enough internal mythology, enough quietly planted evidence across hundreds of episodes, that the non-aging stops feeling like a creative shortcut and starts feeling like a symptom, like something the show is quietly pointing at without ever saying out loud. Because when you actually sit with Springfield, when you stop watching it as a cheerful cartoon family and start looking at the architecture underneath it, what you find is genuinely strange. You find patterns that repeat across decades of episodes. You find storylines that were introduced and never resolved, left dangling like loose threads on a sweater that gets bigger every season. You find fan theories so carefully constructed, so thoroughly supported by canonical evidence from the show itself, that the writers have been forced to acknowledge them on the record. And you find a version of Springfield that is considerably darker, considerably stranger, and considerably more disturbing than anything the show has ever said directly. So settle in, get comfortable. For the next several hours, we're going to go deeper into Springfield than you've probably been before, and what we find down there might genuinely change the way you watch this show. Let's start with the biggest one. Section 1. The Springfield Mutation Conspiracy. What the power plant is actually doing to everyone. The Springfield Nuclear Power Plant is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility. It sits on the edge of town, visible from most of Springfield's neighborhoods, its cooling towers rising over the skyline like a second city hall. It provides electrical power to the entire community. It employs a significant portion of Springfield's working population. And by any reasonable standard of measurement, it is one of the most catastrophically mismanaged industrial facilities ever depicted in fiction. A surprise safety inspection once cataloged 342 separate violations. 342. The estimated cost to bring the plant up to basic code compliance was $56 million. The plant's owner, Charles Montgomery Burns, declined to spend it. Not because the money wasn't available. Burns is a billionaire many times over, a man whose personal fortune predates the Industrial Revolution, and whose family wealth has compounded across generations with the kind of relentless efficiency that only truly old money achieves. He declined because fixing the problems would require acknowledging they existed, and acknowledging they existed would mean someone might start asking questions about what those problems had already done to the people living downwind. The violations aren't administrative paperwork errors. They're not filing issues or missed deadlines. The violations include radioactive waste being discharged directly into local bodies of water, radioactive waste being dumped onto children's playgrounds, plutonium being used as a paperweight on someone's desk, cracked cooling towers that had been patched with chewing gum, luminous rats living in the facility's lower levels, their bodies visibly glowing from sustained radiation exposure. And then there's the detail the show drops once and never returns to. Human skeletons in the basement. Not one skeleton, plural. Human remains found in the lower levels of an active nuclear reactor facility. The show shows you the bones and then the scene moves on. No investigation, no questions from the safety inspector. No police involvement. Nobody in Springfield ever asks who those people were or how they ended up dead inside a working reactor. The safety inspector responsible for all of this, the man whose entire job description is preventing the plant from poisoning an entire town, is Homer Simpson. Homer Simpson, who by the show's own internal accounting has an IQ of 55. Homer Simpson, who viewers eventually learned spent years of his childhood with a crayon physically lodged in his brain, the foreign object pressing against his neural tissue and suppressing his cognitive function to a degree that the show's own characters describe as medically significant. Homer Simpson, who regularly sleeps at his workstation, who once caused a nuclear incident by throwing a donut into the reactor core out of curiosity, apparently wondering whether the radiation would make it bigger. That is the man standing between Springfield and radioactive catastrophe, and he has been standing there, failing at that particular job, for over 3 decades. Now here is where the theory gets teeth. The first visible mutation in Springfield appears in Season 2. A fish, pulled from a river near the power plant, 3 eyes. The fish is named Blinky, and when a sample is caught and shown to the public, it becomes national news within the show's universe. A gubernatorial candidate uses Blinky as campaign evidence that Mr. Burns is actively poisoning the local environment. Burns is cornered publicly. He's forced to appear on live television and eat the fish to demonstrate it's harmless. He eats it. The town watches. The town shrugs. And Springfield moves on without ever asking the obvious question. If the fish downstream from the power plant have developed an extra eye from radiation exposure, what is happening to the people drinking the same water? The show actually answers this question. It just answers it so gradually, across so many episodes, that each individual answer feels like a joke rather than a data point in an accumulating pattern. Look at Homer's body, the massive overbite, the eyes that protrude slightly beyond what human facial anatomy typically produces. 4 fingers on each hand, a detail the show applies universally to Springfield residents but that no character ever acknowledges or questions. A skull shape that doesn't quite match the geometry of normal human heads. And then there's the physical resilience. Homer has been shot, electrocuted, fallen from significant heights, been struck by vehicles, survived explosions, been crushed under heavy objects, and walked away from each incident either fully recovered or recovered enough to continue functioning. His healing rate is extraordinary. His pain tolerance approaches something inhuman, and he has worked in direct proximity to an active nuclear reactor for the entire span of his adult life. Marge presents the same set of anomalies, the same slightly protruding eyes, the same 4 fingers, and then there's the hair, a tower of blue that rises straight up from her head and maintains its exact shape without product or structural support across 36 years of episodes. The laws of physics that govern human hair don't appear to apply to Marge Simpson's hair. She worked at the plant herself for a period. Both parents, already soaking in Springfield's contaminated environment, had all 3 children after years of sustained exposure. Bart, Lisa, and Maggie were all born in Springfield, raised in Springfield, drinking the water and breathing the air and living within sight of those cracked cooling towers for every day of their depicted lives. And all 3 display physical characteristics that simply do not appear in normal human populations. Here's the detail that makes the whole theory click into place. When guest characters visit Springfield, when celebrities appear and outsiders arrive from beyond the town's borders, they look different. Not slightly different, fundamentally different. Their proportions are more natural. Their eyes sit more normally within their faces. Their features more closely approximate what actual human beings look like when they're rendered in animation. The show draws outsiders with more realistic human proportions than it draws Springfield residents. The accepted explanation for this is art style. That's just how The Simpsons looks. The yellow skin, the 4 fingers, the bulging eyes, it's all just the show's visual language. And on a surface level, that's reasonable. But within the actual logic of the show's universe, there is a visible, observable, consistent difference between people who live in Springfield and people who come from outside it. The people inside the contamination zone look mutated. The people outside it look comparatively normal. Even the animals are affected. The Simpson family dog, Santa's little helper, displays the same slightly protruding eyes as his owners, the same physical proportions that deviate from what a real greyhound looks like. Blinky the fish has 3 eyes. Springfield's wildlife demonstrates observable mutation from the power plant's runoff, and the show presents this as established fact rather than implication. The show tells you directly, this is what radiation does to living organisms in this environment, and then it expects you to accept that the same radiation, leaking from the same cracked cooling towers into the same water supply and the same air, has had precisely 0 effect on the humans living in that environment. Burns understands all of this. The show makes this clear across multiple episodes separated by years of airtime. Burns funds private medical research. He maintains personal physicians. He undergoes weekly treatments so intensive, so chemically and radiologically extreme, that the treatments cause his body to emit a visible green glow. This is established in the Season 8 episode The Springfield Files, and we'll return to it in much more detail when we discuss Burns's impossible lifespan. The important point here is that Burns manages radiation exposure as a personal medical necessity because he understands, in precise technical terms, what radiation does to biological systems. He is personally dependent on controlling its effects in his own body. Burns has a pharmaceutical division capable of synthesizing experimental treatments. He has the infrastructure to manage chronic radiation exposure at the individual level, and he knows exactly what his plant is doing to Springfield because he has been watching it happen. Homer's continued employment at the facility isn't negligence or forgetfulness on Burns's part. The show actually gives us a controlled experiment that proves this. When a group of German investors purchased the plant during one storyline, the first thing they did was fire Homer, immediately. No hesitation, no severance discussion, simply terminated. The second thing they did was bring in engineers to assess what it would cost to bring the facility up to code compliance. The estimate nearly bankrupted them. Burns eventually bought the plant back and rehired Homer on the first available opportunity. A competent safety inspector would have shut that facility down within weeks of arriving. Homer doesn't shut anything down. Homer ensures the violations continue, the radiation keeps leaking, the water stays contaminated, and Burns maintains his monopoly over Springfield's power supply, its economy, and by extension, its entire population. And that population, having spent decades drinking the contaminated water and breathing the irradiated air, may be too cognitively impaired to realize what's happening to them. This is the point where the theory becomes genuinely unsettling, because it doesn't just explain why the characters look the way they do. It explains why they behave the way they do. Springfield resets after disasters. The town survives catastrophic events and then simply forgets them by the following episode, continuing as though nothing significant occurred. The explanations usually offered for this are episodic storytelling or cartoon logic. But the radiation theory offers a different explanation. Chronic neurological damage from sustained exposure to radioactive contamination can impair memory formation and consolidation. A population suffering long-term cognitive effects from the same environmental toxin they've been absorbing for decades might genuinely struggle to retain memories of traumatic or disorienting events. Homer, whose brain damage is the most explicitly documented in the show's canon, represents the extreme end of this spectrum, but the entire population of Springfield exists on that spectrum to varying degrees. The crayon lodged in Homer's brain isn't just a quirky piece of backstory. Season 12 eventually reveals that Homer once had the crayon removed. His IQ skyrocketed. He became articulate, intellectually capable, able to understand the world around him with sudden clarity. And the show's treatment of that storyline is one of its darkest stretches. Because when Homer became genuinely intelligent, he saw Springfield for what it really was. He saw his job. He saw his life. He saw the architecture of everything around him with unclouded perception, and it was unbearable. He chose to have the crayon put back in. He chose stupidity. He chose the fog. But the question the show never asks in that storyline is how the crayon got lodged in a child's brain in the first place. Homer went through childhood in Springfield, through adolescence, through years of adult life visiting Springfield medical professionals, getting routine checkups from Springfield's doctors, and not one of them ever found a foreign object pressing against the brain tissue of one of their patients. Either every doctor in Springfield is operating at a level of incompetence so profound it borders on impossible, or someone knew the crayon was there and made a decision not to remove it. And if Springfield's medical establishment is compromised, if the doctors are quietly overlooking evidence of radiation damage in their patients, if Burns's influence extends into the healthcare infrastructure of a town he essentially owns economically, then the crayon isn't just an accident or a childhood mishap. It becomes something more troubling, a metaphor the show is using to say something it cannot say directly. The people of Springfield have something wrong with their brains, something that keeps them cognitively limited, socially compliant, and fundamentally unable to look up at those cracked cooling towers and ask the most basic question available to them. Why are we all like this? In the Simpsons movie, the environmental contamination reaches a level so catastrophic that the Environmental Protection Agency, operating within the show's universe as a real federal agency, determines that Springfield must be physically sealed under a massive glass dome to prevent its pollution from spreading to the surrounding region. Think carefully about what that means. The United States government looked at Springfield and concluded that the entire town was so toxic, so comprehensively contaminated, so fundamentally dangerous to the surrounding environment that containment was the only viable response. Springfield isn't just polluted. Springfield is classified as an environmental hazard by the federal government. The town is, by official determination, a contamination zone, and every single resident who has been drinking the water, breathing the air, and living downwind of those cracked cooling towers for decades is still inside the dome when it goes up. The radiation theory doesn't answer one mystery about The Simpsons and leave the others unexplained. It answers all of them simultaneously. The characters don't age because their mutated biology has been fundamentally altered at the cellular level. The town resets after catastrophic events because the population's capacity for memory consolidation has been compromised by decades of neurological damage. Homer survives injuries that should kill him because his body has adapted to radiation exposure in ways that make him extraordinarily physically resilient, at the cost of nearly everything else. Burns remains alive across what the show implies is well over a century because he alone has access to the resources required to manage his own radiation exposure with medical precision. And nobody in Springfield questions any of this because the same contamination that mutated their bodies also damaged the part of their brains responsible for critical thinking. Springfield isn't a quirky cartoon town. It's a contamination zone. The residents aren't eccentric. They're symptomatic. And the nuclear power plant dominating their skyline, providing their electricity, employing their neighbors, poisoning their water, and irradiating their children isn't a background detail in a comedy about an ordinary family. It is the cause. Every yellow face, every bulging eye, every impossible recovery from fatal injury, every forgotten catastrophe, every unexplained inconsistency in the show's 36 years of continuity, all of it traces back to the same cracked cooling tower, leaking the same invisible contamination into the same water supply, feeding the same damaged brains that can't figure out why their fish have 3 eyes and their children have 4 fingers. The Springfield nuclear power plant isn't just part of the show. In a very real sense, it is the show. And the residents of Springfield will never figure that out because the plant already made sure they couldn't. If you've made it this far, drop a comment with where you're watching from and what time it is where you are. It's always interesting to see how far this reaches. And if you want more of this, subscribing helps more than you might think. Section 2, Homer's Coma, the dream that never ended. April 1993, and everything that came after. Now that you've heard the radiation theory, I want you to hold it in your mind while we consider a second possibility. A possibility that doesn't contradict the radiation theory so much as contain it, the way a larger circle can contain a smaller one while still sharing the same center. What if everything we just discussed about Springfield's contamination, the mutations, the cognitive damage, the billionaire's stranglehold on a poisoned town is true? And what if we've been watching one man dream about it from a hospital bed since the spring of 1993? This is the Homer coma theory. It is the most debated, most carefully constructed, and most emotionally resonant fan theory in the history of The Simpsons. It was originally proposed by a Reddit user called Hard to Pick a Name, and it has since accumulated enough supporting evidence from the show's own canon that the production team has felt compelled to address it directly, which in itself says something. Here is where it begins. The 1st of April, 1993. The 18th episode of the show's 4th season aired. The title was, So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. The premise was straightforward. Bart, celebrating April Fool's Day with escalating pranks, eventually takes one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop and places it inside an industrial paint shaker, shaking it until the internal pressure builds to something approaching explosive. When Homer opens the can, the resulting explosion sends him to the hospital. While he's lying in his hospital bed recovering from the beer can incident, Homer spots a vending machine across the room. He wants a candy bar. He leans toward the machine. The machine tips. It falls on him, and Homer Simpson enters a coma. Not a cutaway gag, not a dream sequence framed as such. A real, canonical coma that lasts 7 weeks within the show's narrative. The episode ends with Homer apparently waking up. Bart tearfully confesses at his bedside that he caused the whole thing, and Homer springs awake and immediately starts strangling him. The family laughs. Homer laughs. Everything returns to its default state, and the show continues. But before the credits, the episode includes one more detail, one that the coma theory rests its entire foundation on. Homer lost 5% of his brain function during the coma. The show states this explicitly. 5% of his cognitive capacity, destroyed, gone, unrecoverable. And Homer's response to being told he's permanently brain damaged is to laugh, even though he admits he doesn't understand why he's laughing. The family finds this charming. Nobody finds it alarming. The episode ends. The Simpsons continues for another 32 years, unless Homer never woke up at all. The coma theory argues that Homer did not regain consciousness in April 1993. Every episode that has aired since that broadcast, every storyline, every character development, every escalating absurdity, every celebrity appearance, every impossible event is a dream being generated by the mind of a comatose man in a hospital bed in Springfield General, slowly losing brain function while his family sits beside him and waits. The evidence, when you actually go looking for it, is unsettling. Before the coma episode, The Simpsons was a grounded show. Not photorealistic, not emotionally austere, still very much a cartoon with an absurdist edge. But the storylines operated in recognizable human territory. Homer tries to quit drinking and discovers that his support group is run by someone more addicted than him. Marge develops a gambling problem that quietly fractures the household economy. Lisa develops a crush on a substitute teacher who genuinely inspires her before the school system removes him. Bart faces the possibility of being held back a year in school and has to genuinely confront what that means. These are not cosmic events. They are the kinds of situations real families navigate. Financial strain, marital friction, academic failure, the occasional ethical compromise. The show's first 4 seasons were built on the premise that the Simpson family's struggles were recognizable because they reflected struggles that real families actually experienced. After the coma, something shifts. And the shift isn't gradual, it's seismic. Homer goes to space. Mr. Burns captures the Loch Ness Monster. Homer discovers a secret society operating within Springfield. Homer meets God twice. Homer befriends multiple celebrities, travels to dozens of countries, holds hundreds of different jobs across the show's run, becomes the leader of a vigilante group, joins a barbershop quartet that achieves brief international fame, drives a getaway car for a group of bank robbers, becomes a food critic, a boxing manager, a professional wrestler, a secret government agent, and a man who once saved an entire town from nuclear meltdown using a donut as a counterweight. The escalation is so dramatic and so sustained that even casual fans who don't follow the show closely have noticed something changed. The internet has been debating exactly when The Simpsons jumped the shark for the better part of 2 decades. Different people name different episodes. Different people point to different seasons. But the general consensus is somewhere around seasons 8 or 9. The show underwent a tonal transformation that left it feeling fundamentally different from what it had been. The coma theory proposes that the answer to this question is precise. The Simpsons didn't change its character. Homer's brain got worse. A coma isn't static. The brain of a comatose patient isn't simply paused, waiting for the moment of recovery. It's active, processing, generating internal experience in ways that researchers still don't fully understand. And as the brain sustains more damage over time, as neurons die and neural pathways degrade, the internal experience generated by that brain becomes less coherent, less tethered to logic, less constrained by the laws of cause and effect that govern waking reality. The show's increasing absurdism, its gradual departure from the grounded domestic drama of its early seasons, isn't a writing room losing its way. It's a dying brain losing its grip on coherent narrative. The stories get stranger because the dreaming mind generating them is slowly deteriorating. The plots become less plausible because the cognitive architecture that would impose plausibility on them is eroding. But here is the detail that lingers. the one that gives the whole theory an almost prophetic weight. 6 months before the coma episode, at the beginning of season 4, Homer has a conversation with God. The episode is Homer the Heretic. Homer decides to stop attending church, stays home on Sunday morning, and has what might be the best day of his life. He sleeps in, he watches football, he cooks his own special waffle recipe, he dances alone in the living room to his own satisfaction, and that night he falls asleep in his chair, and God visits him in a dream. It's a real conversation, an actual face-to-face exchange between Homer Simpson and a divine presence who speaks directly to him, answers his questions, and engages with him as one entity to another. During this conversation, God tells Homer that he will learn the meaning of life, but then God adds something. Not yet, God says. His time is coming. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. The coma theory reads that sequence as a prophecy delivered 6 months in advance. God was telling Homer that his waking life was approaching its end, not in a melodramatic lightning and thunder sense, but in the quiet, precise way of someone who knows what's coming. Homer's time in the waking world was nearly up, and when it ended, when the vending machine fell and the monitors flatlined and the doctors started their urgent procedures, everything that followed would be the dream of a man desperately holding onto the life he was leaving behind. Consider what that dream chooses to preserve. Nobody in Springfield ages. This is the detail every theory eventually has to account for, the central mystery that the show's own production team has never provided a satisfying official explanation for. The floating timeline gets invoked as a structural explanation, but it doesn't actually explain anything. It just names the phenomenon without addressing why it exists. The coma theory has the simplest and most emotionally direct answer available. Nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of a man who went to sleep in April 1993. Homer's children don't grow up because he wasn't there to see it happen. His unconscious brain cannot generate aging in his children because aging requires witnessed experience, and Homer stopped witnessing when he went under. His wife doesn't change because the last time he saw her, she looked exactly as she's always depicted. His friends and neighbors don't accumulate years because Homer's memory of them is preserved at the exact moment the vending machine fell. Homer's coma dream doesn't just preserve his family, it preserves them exactly as he loved them. His kids at the ages when they still needed him, his wife in the fullness of the life they'd built together, his house intact, his neighborhood familiar, his life continuous rather than interrupted. Because that's what a coma can do to the mind. It doesn't freeze the world. It freezes the dreamer's relationship to the world. The world in the dream stays exactly as the dreamer's last coherent memory encoded it, replaying and elaborating endlessly, growing stranger and more detached from consensus reality as the brain generating it loses its structural integrity. The celebrity appearances that flood the show's later seasons make sense through this lens. Homer, unconscious in his hospital bed, receives ambient sensory input from the world around him. The television in his room, conversations between visitors, radio playing in the hallway. His deteriorating brain receives these fragments and cannot process them with the full discernment of waking cognition. Voices become characters. Names become presences. Cultural references become plot elements. Every celebrity who arrives in Springfield to interact with the Simpson family is, in this reading, a voice Homer heard through the fog of his unconscious state, incorporated into the dream because his brain had no better context for it. Homer doesn't remember meeting Tony Hawk or Tom Jones or any of the hundreds of famous people who passed through Springfield across 32 seasons. His brain received their voices through the ambient noise of his hospital environment and translated them into dream characters because a dreaming brain uses whatever material is available to maintain the coherence of its narrative. This also explains why the celebrity appearances increase in frequency as the show progresses. Early in the coma, Homer's brain had enough intact structure to generate storylines from its own internal reserves. As the years passed and the damage accumulated, the internal reserves depleted and the brain began relying more heavily on external input to populate the dream. The surge in celebrity cameos across the middle and later seasons isn't a production team reaching for ratings. It's a brain becoming more dependent on received signals as its own generative capacity diminishes. The show itself acknowledged the coma theory in season 34. An episode called Lisa the Boy Scout included a deliberately leaked fake deleted scene in which Homer wakes from a long coma, to reveal that every outlandish adventure since season 4 had been a dream. The scene was fully animated, fully voiced, fully produced. The show then retracted it, claiming it was planted by hackers and had no canonical validity. But the fact that the production team created the scene at all tells you something about the theory's internal consistency. They engaged with it seriously enough to animate it. They built a version of the show's ending around it. And their denial came wrapped inside an episode that depicted, in detail, the exact scenario the theory describes. They showed you the answer and then called it a joke. Executive producer Al Jean addressed the theory directly in 2015, dismissing it as fan speculation and confirming that it wasn't true. But the denial didn't address any of the theory's specific evidence. It didn't explain the tonal shift after season 4. It didn't explain God's comment about Homer's time coming 6 months before the coma. It didn't explain why nobody ages. It simply said the theory was false, and the conversation moved on. Fans didn't move on. Because the theory does something the official explanation has never managed to do, it makes the show make sense. All of it, simultaneously, using a single premise that touches every aspect of the show's structure and provides a coherent explanation for each one. The aging freeze, the tonal shift, the celebrity flood, the increasingly surreal plots, the reset button that erases consequences between episodes, Homer's apparent physical indestructibility, the town's collective amnesia, all of it becomes internally consistent the moment you accept that Homer Simpson's waking life ended in April 1993, and everything since has been the dream of an unconscious man holding on to his family from inside a hospital. Room in a town that, for him, stopped moving forward the day the vending machine fell. And there's the emotional dimension that the coma theory eventually arrives at, the place where it stops being an intellectual exercise and becomes something heavier. Homer Simpson's deepest wish, the thing his unconscious mind returns to every single episode, is profoundly simple. He wants his family. He wants Marge to still love him. He wants Bart to still be his mischievous, frustrating, deeply beloved kid. He wants Lisa to still play her saxophone in her bedroom. He wants Maggie to still be small enough to hold. He wants Friday night in that house on Evergreen Terrace to last indefinitely. In the coma, it does. The dream gives him exactly what he wants. His family preserved at the moment he loved them most. His children never growing into adults he doesn't know. His wife never leaving for someone better. His life never ending. Because in the dream, endings are not permitted. Homer's coma isn't a nightmare. Under the coma theory, it's the closest thing to heaven that a man with Homer's emotional landscape could conceive of. A house where the kids are always young, the beer is always cold, and nobody ever has to say goodbye. Every episode you've watched since April 1993, every impossible adventure, every reset, every time Homer survives something that should have killed him, his brain is refusing to let the story end. Because if the story ends, Homer might have to wake up, and waking up means finding out how much time has passed, how old his children are, whether Marge waited, whether anyone is still sitting by his bed, or worse, not waking up at all. Section 3. Who really shot Mr. Burns? The greatest unsolved mystery in television history. Before we go any further, let me make something clear. The show told us who shot Mr. Burns. Season 7, Episode 1. The resolution of what was at the time the most ambitious mystery ever attempted by an animated television series. Maggie did it. The baby. Case closed. Except the case was never really closed. Because the more carefully you look at the evidence, the more the official answer starts to feel like the conclusion of a trial where the verdict was decided before the testimony began. Let's go back to where it started. Season 6, Episode 25. The summer of 1995. The Simpsons had been building Burns's villainy across several seasons, but this episode escalated it to a scale the show had never attempted before. Burns discovered oil beneath Springfield Elementary School and arranged to extract it, gutting the school's budget in the process. He used his economic leverage to shut down Moe's Tavern. His construction work created a sinkhole that destroyed the Springfield retirement castle. His machinery injured Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog. And as his final move, he built a device capable of blocking the sun over Springfield, a giant mechanical sun-blocking disc designed to plunge the town into permanent artificial night, so that every resident would be forced to purchase their electricity from his power plant because there would be no natural light available as an alternative. Burns literally stole the sun from Springfield. When Smithers, his loyal assistant, objected to this final escalation, Burns fired him on the spot. By the end of Part 1, every single person in Springfield had been personally harmed by Burns's actions, and dozens of them were demonstrably angry enough to consider violence. The show methodically established individual motives for a cast of characters spanning the entire show's roster. Homer, because Burns had spent years being unable to remember his own employee's name, a humiliation that had quietly accumulated into genuine rage. Bart and Lisa, because the school lost its funding. Grandpa Simpson, because the retirement home was destroyed. Groundskeeper Willie, because he lost his job. Tito Puente, because Burns cut the music program. Moe, because his bar went under. Even Smithers, freshly fired and sliding into alcoholism, found himself with reasons he'd never had before. The entire town gathered at a public meeting to confront Burns. Multiple characters were visibly armed. The tension was so dense that violence felt less like a possibility and more like an inevitability. Then Burns was shot. He staggered to the town sundial and collapsed, his hands landing on two specific letters, W and S from the crowd's perspective, M and S from Burns's own point of view. America spent an entire summer trying to solve the mystery. Fox promoted it like a genuine cultural event. America's Most Wanted produced a tie-in special treating the fictional crime as an actual unsolved case. Viewers submitted guesses, the winner to be animated into a future episode. Thousands of entries arrived. Not a single person in the randomly selected judging sample guessed correctly. The one person who did guess correctly, confirmed by the production team in their DVD commentary, had posted the answer to a Simpsons newsgroup on the night of the original broadcast. They were using a college internet account that had gone inactive by the time the contest concluded. The producers literally could not find them. They issued an open invitation in the DVD release for that person to come forward and claim their prize. As far as anyone knows, they never did. Think about what that means. The show's creators designed a mystery, told the public it was solvable from the clues embedded in Part 1, built a national contest around the promise of a discoverable answer, and when the resolution arrived, essentially nobody had figured it out from the evidence. Either the clues were inadequate, the red herrings were too effective, or the answer didn't logically follow from the available evidence the way the show claimed it did. Now look at the resolution itself. Burns eventually wakes from his coma and identifies his shooter as Maggie Simpson. According to Burns's account, he encountered Maggie in the parking lot after the town meeting. He attempted to take her lollipop. In the struggle, his gun fell from its holster. Maggie picked it up. The gun went off. Burns was shot. Let's examine the problems with this. Start with the sundial clue. Burns's hands, when he collapsed, pointed to W and S, or from his own perspective, M and S. The show tells us this indicates Maggie Simpson. M for Maggie, S for Simpson. But Burns himself, in canonical dialogue, stated that his hands pointing at those letters was not intentional. He didn't deliberately position himself to spell out his attacker's initials. He fell and his hands happened to land where they landed. The central physical clue in the most elaborately promoted mystery in the show's history was described by the victim himself as a coincidence. The single biggest piece of evidence pointing to Maggie is meaningless according to the one person it was supposed to reveal. Then there's the gun. Burns carried a firearm in a holster. In the episode's run-up to the shooting, observant viewers noticed that Burns's holster appeared empty before the attack. The gun was already missing from his person before he was shot. Whoever shot Burns used Burns's own weapon. This is a significant detail because it dramatically narrows the pool of suspects. The person who shot Burns didn't bring a weapon to the town meeting. They weren't planning violence. They encountered Burns's gun by chance, in a moment of confrontation, and used it impulsively. Most of the characters who had motives and who were at the town meeting were already visibly armed when they arrived. They brought weapons because they were angry enough to consider using them. The person who shot Burns was someone who wasn't carrying, who hadn't planned anything, who came upon the gun in the course of an unexpected encounter. A baby finding a gun on the ground after it fell from a holster fits that profile. So does roughly a dozen other characters who weren't carrying weapons that night. But here's the detail that the official resolution never fully addresses. Burns's last words before the shooting were a recognition. He said, according to witness accounts reconstructed through the episode's narrative, something equivalent to, "Oh, it's you." The kind of words you say when you recognize someone you've met before. Does Mr. Burns recognize Maggie Simpson? Has he ever had a meaningful interaction with the youngest Simpson child prior to this episode? The show doesn't establish any relationship between Burns and Maggie that would explain a tone of calm recognition from a man being confronted in a parking lot. Burns barely recognizes Homer. Homer, who has worked for him for years. Homer, whose name Burns has failed to learn through decades of employment. The idea that Burns would look at a baby in a parking lot and greet her with a phrase of calm recognition doesn't track with his established characterization. Now consider Homer's confession. In season 18, Homer, in the middle of a conversation, states that he was the one who actually shot Mr. Burns. He says it out loud, on camera. Nobody reacts, nobody investigates. Nobody from the police department or the prosecutor's office shows up to revisit a case involving the attempted murder of the wealthiest man in the county. Homer confesses to a serious violent crime, and the show treats it as a throwaway line. Either Homer is lying for attention, which is within the range of his established character, or the official verdict was wrong, and Homer knows it because he was there. If Homer actually shot Burns, then Maggie didn't. If Maggie didn't, she was framed. A 1-year-old infant was held responsible for a crime committed by her own father, and the official conclusion stood because, as Chief Wiggum noted, no jury would ever convict a baby. Maggie was the perfect fall person. An infant too young to contest the accusation, too young to understand what she was being accused of, too young to ever face legal consequences, and too young to tell anyone what she actually saw. If someone with access to the investigation wanted to redirect suspicion away from the real shooter, choosing Maggie solved every problem simultaneously. The alternate endings add another layer of instability to the official answer. The production team fully animated an alternate conclusion in which Smithers was revealed as the shooter. Complete, fully voiced, finished. This alternate ending was shown in the show's 138th episode Spectacular, where it was dismissed by the host on the grounds that the Simpson DNA evidence would have to be ignored, which would be, as the show put it, downright nutty. This line is a direct reference to the O.J. Simpson trial, which had concluded shortly before the episode aired, in which a jury returned a not guilty verdict despite substantial DNA evidence. The show was winking at its audience. It was saying, openly, that ignoring forensic evidence happens in the real world. Juries do it. Official conclusions are sometimes reached for reasons that have nothing to do with the evidence as presented. An early draft of the shooting's resolution had Barney Gumble as the shooter. The writers considered this seriously enough to develop it. The answer changed. The clues were adjusted to fit whichever answer the writers eventually chose. The mystery wasn't solved from the clues outward. The clues were retrofitted from the solution backward. One of the most compelling alternate theories focuses on Marge. The case is built on motive, temperament, and a specific piece of Burns's personal history. Marge is a devoted mother who watched Burns systematically destroy everything her family depended on. He stripped the school's funding, costing her children resources they needed. He injured the family dog. He blocked out the sun. She had motive that was as strong as anyone's. In an earlier episode, Burns falls briefly infatuated with Marge after she begins working at the plant. He pursues her with the awkward persistence of a man unaccustomed to rejection. The infatuation fades, but the emotional dynamic it established doesn't disappear from the show's continuity. If Marge was the shooter, Burns's calm recognition on encountering her becomes explicable. He would know her. His decision not to name her as the shooter, to instead collapse onto a sundial and let the town interpret the position of his hands however they chose, becomes a plausible act of protection. He took the bullet, came around in the hospital, and rather than put the woman he'd been infatuated with into the hands of Springfield's justice system, he let the investigation find its own conclusion. Maggie became the answer because she was convenient. No prosecution, no trial, no consequences for anyone. A neat conclusion that wrapped the case without requiring anyone to be accountable. And then there's the final shot of the resolution episode. Everyone has left the room. Maggie is alone. She looks around the empty space, confirming deliberately that nobody is watching. Then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics the act of pulling a trigger. The show presents this as confirmation. Maggie did it, and she knows what she did. But consider the alternative reading. Maggie is 1 year old. Babies imitate what they observe. If Maggie witnessed someone shoot Burns, if she was present in that parking lot when another person fired the gun, her subsequent repetition of the gesture isn't a confession. It's a baby doing what babies do, repeating a motion she watched an adult perform. The mimicry doesn't tell you Maggie pulled the trigger. It tells you Maggie saw what happened, and those are two very different things. The official answer is Maggie Simpson. The production team committed to it. The DVD commentary supports it. But a contest nobody won. Clues that the victim himself described as coincidental. Multiple alternate endings that were fully produced. A confession from the victim's employee in season 18. An alternate resolution built around a different shooter. The final shot of a baby imitating a gesture she may have observed rather than performed. All of it suggests that the greatest mystery in the show's history was never actually solved. It was closed. And in Springfield, those are two entirely different things. Section 4. The immortality of Charles Montgomery Burns. The oldest man in America, and the system that keeps him running. How old is Mr. Burns? This is a question the show has spent 36 seasons answering and simultaneously refusing to answer, layering in enough historical references to establish a rough timeline while maintaining just enough ambiguity to avoid committing to specific numbers. The most conservative reading of the show's accumulated continuity places Burns's birth somewhere in the late 1880s. By this calculation, he is somewhere north of 130 years old as of the show's current episodes. The more liberal reading of his historical references, accounting for everything he's claimed to have personally witnessed or participated in, pushes that estimate higher. He has described working relationships with historical figures who died decades before most of his employees were born. He has referenced the Gilded Age not as a historical period he studied, but as lived personal experience. He attended Yale. He served in World War II in a capacity the show describes as morally compromised at best. Burns doesn't just exist at this age. He functions. He runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation with the strategic precision of someone fully engaged with modern financial and legal systems. He manipulates municipal politics. He orchestrates elaborate long-term schemes that require sustained cognitive effort and a working understanding of contemporary law, technology, and economic structures. His physical body is frail, yes. His grip strength is infamously weak. He is easily toppled, but his mind operates with a sharpness that no other character in Springfield approaches. Burns is the most strategically intelligent person in the show's universe, and he has been operating at that level for longer than any human being should be capable of sustained conscious activity. The show addresses the mechanics of his survival directly in the Springfield Files. Homer, during an evening walk near the power plant, encounters what appears to be a glowing alien figure moving through the woods in a dazed, euphoric state. The episode escalates into an investigation that brings FBI agents into Springfield, generates mass public panic, and builds toward a dramatic reveal. The glowing figure isn't an alien, it's Burns. Burns undergoes a weekly medical treatment so extreme, so loaded with pharmaceutical compounds and radiation therapy, that the regimen causes his body to emit a visible green glow. The treatment keeps him alive for exactly 7 more days. When the week is up, he returns for another dose. Miss one treatment and Burns dies. The margin for error is 0. His continued existence is maintained on a weekly renewal cycle, the way a subscription keeps renewing as long as the payment processes. The show plays this as a gag. Homer thought he saw an alien, and it turned out to be his weird boss getting weird medical procedures. Funny. Next scene. But the implications of what was just established are considerable. Burns is not surviving through any natural biological process. His body is being kept alive through a recurring artificial intervention delivered on a precise schedule. He is, in a meaningful sense, being maintained rather than living. The treatments don't restore his health. They don't cure whatever underlying biological catastrophe is slowly shutting down his system. They manage it. They keep it balanced. They prevent it from cascading into something the body can't recover from. And the treatment involves radiation. Of course it does. The man who built a nuclear power plant in a residential area, whose facility has been leaking radioactive material into Springfield's environment for decades, is personally dependent on controlled radiation exposure to sustain his own biological functions. Burns isn't just profiting from radiation, he requires it. His body has been so fundamentally altered by what is presumably a century or more of proximity to nuclear material that it can no longer maintain itself through normal cellular processes. It needs external radiation input the way a healthy body needs oxygen. This connects to one of the show's most quoted scenes, and one that looks considerably different once the radiation dependency is factored in. Burns visits a doctor for a routine examination. The doctor runs the tests and delivers the results with the kind of carefully controlled professional neutrality that doctors adopt when they have to say something extremely unusual without sounding like they're about to panic. Burns has every disease known to medical science, every single one, simultaneously, present in his body right now, all competing for dominance. The doctor explains that this shouldn't be survivable. It normally wouldn't be, but in Burns's case, the diseases exist in a state of perfect equilibrium. Each one is trying to kill him. Each one is being blocked by every other one. They're all fighting for the same exit at the same time, and none of them can get through. The doctor names this Three Stooges syndrome, comparing it to three people jamming a doorway simultaneously. None of them can move forward because they're all in each other's way. Burns is functionally indestructible because everything that should kill him is mutually canceling every other thing that should kill him. The doctor's conclusion is that Burns is the sickest man in the country, and also one of the most difficult to actually kill. The scene is played for laughs. It's been quoted and referenced in Simpsons discourse for decades. But if you apply the radiation theory framework, it becomes something more than a joke. Burns's body isn't maintaining this disease equilibrium through any natural process. The weekly radiation treatments are doing it. The treatments don't cure the diseases. They manage them. They keep every pathology in precise stasis, balanced against every other pathology, preventing any single condition from gaining enough dominance to break through the logjam and actually kill him. It's nuclear maintenance. Burns's body is a reactor, and his weekly treatments are the equivalent of adjusting the control systems to prevent meltdown. This is the architecture of his immortality. Not magic, not supernatural intervention, not simple luck. Burns has constructed a system, a personal medical infrastructure backed by generations of accumulated wealth that turns his own biological deterioration into a permanently manageable condition. He doesn't recover, he maintains. And as long as the maintenance schedule holds, as long as the treatments come on schedule and the equilibrium holds, he keeps running. Smithers, in this context, is something significantly more than a devoted assistant. The show has established repeatedly that Smithers manages Burns's schedule. He ensures Burns makes every appointment, tracks every obligation, monitors every element of Burns's daily life with a vigilance that borders on clinical. When Smithers has been removed from his position, Burns becomes helpless in ways that go beyond simple disorganization. The show implies, across multiple episodes, that Burns without Smithers is Burns without a functioning life support system. This isn't hyperbole. If Smithers ever failed to ensure Burns made his weekly treatment appointment, the disease equilibrium would collapse. Every pathology in Burns's body would surge forward simultaneously. Without the treatments calibrating the balance, the Three Stooges blocking each other in the doorway would suddenly stop blocking, and one of them would get through. Smithers' loyalty to Burns has always been presented through the lens of devotion, of romantic feeling, of a man who has organized his entire identity around the service of another person. And those elements are present and real within the show's characterization, but underneath them is something more mechanically urgent. Smithers is keeping Burns alive through logistics. He knows this. He knows that his absence would be a death sentence. And that knowledge, the awareness that he alone stands between Burns and a biological catastrophe, is the foundational pressure beneath everything else in their relationship. Burns's connection to historical events adds another dimension to the immortality question. The show has depicted Burns as a personal participant in an extraordinary span of American and world history. He served in World War II in a unit where he made choices the show describes as morally ambiguous at best. He has described personal acquaintance with Howard Hughes. His family fortune, the Burns dynasty's accumulated wealth, predates the Industrial Revolution. The show has presented the Burns family tree as one of the oldest continuous lines of serious wealth in American history. The kind of lineage that built infrastructure and then charged everyone else to use it, that existed so far above ordinary legal accountability that the concept of consequences became theoretical rather than practical. Burns inherited this legacy and has spent over a century extending it. But the show never answers the question it leaves implied by all of this. Whether Burns is genuinely unique, a singular historical anomaly who survived through personal cunning and medical technology, or whether the Burns family has always found ways to extend its grip on power beyond what natural lifespans would normally allow. Before nuclear medicine, before the radiation treatments that currently maintain him, did previous generations of the Burns family use different methods, different tools, different technologies, different arrangements with physicians who understood what was required to keep a man in power longer than his body would naturally permit? The show doesn't say. But it does establish that the Burns dynasty has maintained continuous control of its fortune for longer than most American institutions have existed. That kind of continuity, across generations, across centuries, doesn't happen through ordinary inheritance and succession. It requires either extraordinary luck spread across an implausible number of generations, or something more deliberate. And then there's the matter of Burns's relationship with death itself. Burns has come closer to dying than almost any other character in the show's run. He's been shot, hospitalized dozens of times, collapsed, fallen, been attacked, been poisoned, been abandoned in wilderness environments with no survival equipment, been left for dead in scenarios that would end the story for a less wealthy character. Every time, he comes back. Not through the cartoon resilience that allows Homer to survive physical impacts that should be fatal. Homer endures damage and heals because the show needs him to. Burns survives through infrastructure, through the machinery of accumulated wealth that ensures, regardless of what happens to his physical form, there will always be someone standing by with the resources and the specific medical knowledge to stabilize him. Homer's physical indestructibility is passive. The show protects Homer because it needs him for next week's episode. Burns's continued existence is engineered. Every dollar he's ever spent, every institution he's ever influenced, every medical professional he's ever retained, all of it serves a single underlying function. Keep Burns alive, keep the treatments coming, keep the equilibrium stable, keep the reactor running. Because if Burns dies, his empire has to answer for what it built. The scariest dimension of the Burns immortality story isn't that he might live indefinitely. It's that Springfield needs him to. The town's economy depends on the power plant. The power plant depends on Burns. Burns depends on his treatments. His treatments depend on the financial infrastructure his wealth provides. It's a closed loop. A system where the man, the machine, and the money feed each other in a cycle that has no natural exit point. Springfield cannot effectively challenge Burns because Springfield cannot survive his absence. And Burns cannot die because dying would mean the system he built would finally have to account for what it did to the people inside it. He's not immortal in any mythological sense. He's something more specific and considerably more troubling. He's too expensive to die. And Springfield will keep paying that bill for as long as Burns keeps the lights on. Section 5. The Skinner Revelation and the Infrastructure of Springfield's Denial, the episode that showed you how the town's amnesia actually works. Season 9, Episode 2, The Principal and the Pauper, the 28th of September 1997. This episode is one of the most controversial in the show's history. It has been cited by critics, longtime fans, and members of the production team itself as the episode where The Simpsons fundamentally betrayed its audience's trust. It consistently ranks among the worst episodes in the series across fan polls and critical retrospectives. Harry Shearer, who voices Principal Skinner among many other characters, publicly expressed his displeasure with the storyline. The backlash was immediate, it was sustained, and 28 years later it hasn't fully subsided. But here's the reading that almost nobody has applied to this episode. The fans have been understanding the betrayal backward. This episode didn't break The Simpsons. It revealed what The Simpsons had always been. It showed the audience the mechanism, the actual infrastructure behind something the show had been doing since its first season, and the audience hated it not because it was wrong, but because it was true. Here's what happens. Springfield Elementary holds an event honoring Principal Seymour Skinner's 20 years of service to the school. In the middle of the celebration, a stranger enters. a man nobody recognizes. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner, the real Seymour Skinner, a decorated Vietnam War veteran, a man who was captured as a prisoner of war in Southeast Asia and was believed dead. He survived his imprisonment. He escaped. He made his way home after years of captivity, and he came back to Springfield to discover that someone had been living his life for the 2 decades he'd been gone. The man everyone in Springfield knows as Principal Skinner is an imposter. His real name is Armin Tamzarian. The backstory the episode provides is this. Before Vietnam, Tamzarian was a street kid, a petty criminal from a difficult background with no prospects and no stable identity. He was drafted into the military, served alongside the real Skinner, and when Skinner was captured and presumed killed, Tamzarian felt guilt. He traveled to Springfield to deliver the news of Skinner's death to the man's mother, Agnes. But when he arrived, Agnes saw what she needed to see. She assumed he was her son. She was grieving. She needed him to be her son. And Tamzarian, who had never been wanted by anyone, never had a family, never had an identity worth protecting, let her believe it. He became Seymour Skinner. He adopted the name, the rank, the history, the life, the mother. He lived inside that borrowed identity for 20 years, until the real Skinner walked through the door. Now here's the part that matters. Springfield holds a community meeting. Both men are present. The entire town has been informed of the truth. Everyone knows, with certainty, that the person who has been running their school for 2 decades is not who he claimed to be. They have definitive proof. They have the actual person whose identity was stolen standing in front of them. And the town votes, not on whether to prosecute the imposter, not on how to restore the real Skinner's identity, on whether to acknowledge the truth at all. The verdict is unanimous. They vote to keep the lie. Judge Snyder issues a legal decree stating that the imposter is the real Skinner. The actual Seymour Skinner, the war veteran who survived a prisoner of war camp and returned home to find his life occupied, is physically placed on a departing train and removed from Springfield. And the judge makes it explicitly illegal to ever refer to Tamzarian's real identity again, under penalty of torture. Let that settle. A community, in possession of documented evidence that a public figure has been living a stolen identity for 20 years, voted to keep the fiction. They chose the comfortable fake over the inconvenient real. They exiled the truth. They criminalized the act of speaking it. The fan reaction was outrage. Reasonable outrage. In many ways. The episode retroactively destabilized 20 years of characterization for one of the show's most established supporting characters. His Vietnam service was fiction. His entire backstory was invented. His relationship with his mother, his history with Bart, everything audiences thought they knew about him was a performance rather than a biography. But step back from the specific grievance and look at what the episode actually did. Springfield has been making this same choice, the choice of the comfortable lie over the uncomfortable truth, since the show's first season. The community has been collectively agreeing to forget or ignore things that should have permanently altered their reality for decades. They watched Burns eat a 3-eyed fish on live television and went back to drinking the same water the next morning. They watched the dome come down over their town and then resumed their daily routines without seriously investigating what the federal government's determination about their community meant. They experienced disasters, near catastrophes, and world-altering revelations on a near-episodic basis, and consistently chose, at some level, not to carry those experiences forward. Every other time Springfield performs this act of collective forgetting, it happens off-screen. Between episodes, in the gap the viewer never sees, the town somehow resets, and the slate is wiped clean, and nobody references what happened before. The Principal and the Pauper is the only episode in the show's history that shows you the mechanism in real time. You watch the meeting, you watch the vote, you watch the judge sign the decree, you watch the truth get put on a train and expelled from the community. You watch it happen, step by step, in explicit procedural detail. That's why the episode feels like a betrayal. It doesn't introduce a new and unwelcome dynamic to Springfield. It forces the audience to watch a dynamic that was always present get performed transparently, and the transparency is intolerable in a way that the same process happening off-screen never was. Consider the show's pattern of catastrophic events and their aftermath. The town has been destroyed and rebuilt multiple times across the show's run. It has been sealed under a federal dome. It has survived nuclear near misses. It experienced the blocking of the sun by one of its own residents. It has had a sitting principal revealed as a fraud who spent 20 years impersonating a living person. After each of these events by the following episode, everything returns to its default configuration. No rubble, no lasting damage, no community grief, investigation, or structural reckoning. The slate is wiped. Fans have named this episodic storytelling for decades. The coma theory reads it as Homer's dreaming brain cycling through scenarios and resetting between them because a dream doesn't maintain continuity the way a lived life does. The radiation theory reads it as population-level cognitive damage, impairing the community's capacity to consolidate traumatic memories. The principal and the pauper offers a fourth framework. Springfield resets because the town chooses to reset. Deliberately, collectively, through an unspoken social contract that functions exactly as the episode depicted. We will not acknowledge what happened. We will maintain the agreed-upon version of events. We will treat the official story as the only story. And anyone who insists on the truth, anyone who arrives with inconvenient evidence and refuses to accept the consensus narrative will be removed. That's not a cartoon convention. That is exactly how real communities have historically handled the kinds of truths that are too costly to absorb. Small towns, large towns, entire nations have demonstrated a remarkable capacity for collective denial when the alternative is confronting something that would require too much to be changed. The Principal and the Pauper is the episode where The Simpsons was honest about Springfield in a way the show usually obscures. It said the quiet part out loud, and the audience's anger at the episode might, in some measure, be the anger of people who recognize the behavior being depicted. Springfield forgets the dome because remembering the dome means acknowledging the pollution. Acknowledging the pollution means confronting the power plant. Confronting the power plant means challenging Burns. Challenging Burns means potentially dismantling the economic system that the entire town depends on. The real Seymour Skinner was the canary in the coal mine, a man who arrived with proof that the official narrative was false, and the community's response wasn't to thank him. It was to criminalize the truth and exile the messenger. If the coma theory is layered over this episode, it takes on an additional dimension. If everything since season 4 is Homer's dream, then his unconscious mind invented a scenario where an entire town votes to sustain a lie, because Homer, at some level, needs to believe that lies can be maintained through collective agreement. He needs to believe that a fake version of a life can be sustained indefinitely, that a dream can replace reality if enough people agree not to challenge it. Because that's what Homer's coma is, a fake life replacing a real one. A dream held in place by the refusal of the dreamer's mind to acknowledge that it needs to end. Armin Tamzarian is still pretending to be Seymour Skinner. Springfield is still pretending everything is fine. And the real Seymour Skinner is still out there somewhere, carried away on a train, exiled from his own name, the last honest man in a town that made honesty illegal. Section 6. Maggie Simpson, the most dangerous person in Springfield. What the baby knows and why she hasn't said it yet. Maggie Simpson is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. She communicates primarily through pacifier movements and the occasional meaningful stare. She cannot walk without falling. She has not, with one famous exception, produced language in any recognizable form. She has shot a billionaire. She has led a successful rebellion against a tyrannical daycare administrator. She has saved her family from multiple life-threatening situations on multiple separate occasions. She has demonstrated problem-solving capabilities that would be remarkable in an adult operating with full cognitive capacity and the benefit of decades of lived experience. And through all of it, every remarkable thing she has done, she has maintained perfect, deliberate, strategic silence. Let's start with the shooting, because it's the most publicly discussed dimension of Maggie's character, and actually the least interesting one once you've considered everything else. Whether Maggie intentionally pulled the trigger or not, whether she's genuinely the person who shot Burns or a convenient infant scapegoat, the aftermath of the event tells you something specific about how Maggie operates. A baby was officially identified as the perpetrator of a violent crime against a powerful adult man. The investigation concluded. The evidence was examined, and the official determination was that an infant committed an act of violence, and there is categorically nothing to be done about it. No prosecution, no consequence, no accountability. Now consider the final shot of the episode. After everyone has left, the room is empty. Maggie is alone. She looks around the space systematically. She checks the room. She confirms that nobody is observing her. Then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics the act of pulling a trigger. That sequence of actions requires specific cognitive elements that are not typically associated with one-year-old children. She demonstrated awareness that the act she committed or witnessed had significance. She demonstrated awareness that performing this gesture in front of other people would have consequences. She waited until she was alone. She performed a systematic environmental check to confirm her solitude. Then she allowed herself to express the gesture privately. That is situational awareness. That is memory. That is the capacity to modulate behavior based on social context. Those are not traits associated with infants in any developmental literature. Those are traits associated with someone who understands exactly what they're doing, has assessed the social stakes of different behavioral choices, and has decided that discretion is the optimal strategy. Now consider The Longest Daycare, the theatrical short film released in 2012, screened before Ice Age, Continental Drift, nominated for an Academy Award. 7 minutes of Maggie Simpson demonstrating intelligence and problem-solving capacity that would be remarkable in a competent adult. The premise? Maggie is dropped at the Ayn Rand School for Tots, a daycare run with authoritarian efficiency. Inside, she encounters a caterpillar that's about to become a butterfly. Another baby, a bully named Gerald, wants to destroy it. What follows is Maggie single-handedly outmaneuvering the bully, the daycare's security measures, and the facility's adult staff to protect the caterpillar and release it. She does this without speaking. She reads the physical environment and identifies all relevant threats. She develops a strategy on the fly when her initial approach fails. She executes multi-step plans that require precise timing, spatial reasoning, and the ability to accurately predict other people's behavior. She adapts when circumstances change. She succeeds. Her body can barely keep up with her mind. She falls, she stumbles, she crawls when she needs to run, but every decision she makes is correct. Every choice is optimized. She is operating at a cognitive level that her physical development cannot support, and she succeeds anyway because her intelligence compensates for every limitation her body imposes. The show has also tested Maggie's intelligence directly. The results depend on which episode you're watching, but the pattern is consistent. Maggie's intelligence registers as extraordinary, beyond what standardized testing can meaningfully measure. The show presents this as a quick laugh and moves on. But across dozens of episodes, across every context in which Maggie's capabilities are actually observed, the pattern is unmistakable. Maggie is not a normal baby. She has never been a normal baby. And she has never told anyone. Her first spoken word was voiced by Elizabeth Taylor in what amounts to a cameo. She said "Daddy" once. It happened. The family registered it briefly and moved on. Maggie has gone 36 years without developing language in any meaningful ongoing way. She lives in a household of relentlessly verbal people. Homer narrates his own life out loud. Marge processes her feelings through continuous verbal expression. Bart produces a constant stream of commentary, provocation, and noise. Lisa delivers lectures, arguments, and extended philosophical positions on virtually any subject at any time. The Simpson household is, acoustically, one of the most thoroughly saturated environments in fictional television. And in the center of all of this, Maggie sits in silence, watching, listening, processing, taking in everything the family and the world around her generates, while producing nothing in return that could be used to assess what she's actually thinking. The theory, and it's a theory that the show itself seems to endorse through its accumulated depiction of Maggie's capabilities, is that the silence is a choice. Look at what happens to the intelligent women in the Simpson family. Lisa is brilliant. Lisa is a demonstrable genius by any metric applied. Lisa has an IQ that exceeds virtually every adult she interacts with in Springfield. And the product of that intelligence, the outcome of being the smartest person in her household and arguably in her school, is isolation, dismissal, mockery, resistance from a community that doesn't want to be improved, and a family that can't consistently process who Lisa is. Lisa speaks up. Lisa gets ignored. Lisa challenges authority. Lisa gets punished. Lisa tries to make the world around her better. Lisa gets exhausted by the weight of a community that doesn't want to change. Maggie has watched this happen from her earliest observable moments. She has been present for Lisa's frustrations, Lisa's defeats, Lisa's moments of lonely, unrewarded intelligence, and she appears to have drawn a conclusion that Lisa never did. Visibility is a liability. Intelligence displayed publicly in Springfield gets punished. The smarter you are and the more openly you demonstrate it, the more resistance you generate and the harder your life becomes. Lisa is the proof of this principle in action, living it out every episode in real time. So Maggie learned the opposite lesson. The less they notice you, the more you can accomplish. Silence is armor. Invisibility is power. And when you're small enough to be dismissed as a background element of family life, when your presence is registered as something adorable and incidental rather than something to be observed and engaged with, you can see everything, understand everything, and act at precisely the moment of maximum effectiveness without anyone having anticipated it. Every significant thing Maggie has ever done happened below anyone's radar. The Burns shooting, whether she did it or witnessed it, occurred in a parking lot where nobody was paying attention to the baby. The daycare rebellion succeeded because nobody monitors infants closely enough to detect organization. Every moment where Maggie intervenes and saves someone or changes an outcome, it happens in the margins, in the spaces where the family's attention is directed elsewhere. And Maggie has engineered this consistently by maintaining the most effective possible cover. She appears to be exactly what people expect a baby to be: quiet, passive, dependent, limited. She is none of those things. She is the most capable member of the Simpson family operating at full capacity, and she has spent 36 years ensuring that nobody figures this out. Now layer the radiation theory over Maggie and the picture sharpens into something genuinely strange. If Springfield's contaminated environment creates mutations, and if those mutations affect different individuals differently based on their individual biology and their level of exposure, then Maggie represents the extreme end of a spectrum. Homer's mutation reduced his cognitive function to a level the show describes as clinical disability. Maggie's mutation appears to have done the opposite. Same environmental cause, same contaminated water and irradiated air. But where the radiation diminished the father's mind, it may have amplified the daughter's to levels that no standardized test can accurately measure. Homer and Maggie are two outcomes of the same process, pointing in opposite directions. He is what happens when mutation takes something away. She is what happens when mutation gives something extraordinary. And if the coma theory is true, Maggie's genius takes on a completely different kind of weight. If Homer is dreaming, if every episode since April 1993 is the product of an unconscious mind trying to hold on to his family, then Maggie's extraordinary capabilities are Homer's deepest hope for his youngest child, projected into the dream as a kind of prayer. He can't see her grow up. He can't watch her develop into whoever she was going to become. He can't hear her voice or learn what kind of person she is. He doesn't know who she'll be. So in the dream, he makes her extraordinary. He gives her an intelligence that transcends her age and her circumstances. He makes her capable of things no baby could actually do, because in his coma he needs to believe that his youngest child will be okay without him, that she doesn't need his protection because she has something better than protection. Her genius in this reading isn't a mutation, it's a father's prayer. But back in Springfield, in the waking world, if there still is a waking world, there's a darker reading available. Maggie doesn't speak because she's learned that speaking gets you nothing in this town. She doesn't reveal her intelligence because intelligence is punished in Springfield. She watches everything. She remembers everything. She understands the full architecture of the world around her, including the contamination and the corruption and the billionaire and the cover-ups, and she waits. The show has never told us what Maggie is waiting for. It's left the most powerful person on Evergreen Terrace's endgame completely unresolved across 36 seasons of otherwise comprehensively explored character arcs. Maybe she's waiting for the moment when acting will actually change something. Maybe she's building toward a confrontation that the show has been too long, too patient, and too committed to its own loop to ever actually depict. Or maybe she already knows that Springfield doesn't change, that the loop holds. That Burns wins and Homer forgets and Lisa exhausts herself and nothing fundamentally shifts. And her silence isn't preparation for an action. It's the conclusion of someone who has assessed the system with perfect clarity and determined that the system cannot be broken from inside. Behind that pacifier, behind 36 years of strategic quiet, something is watching. Something understands Springfield better than anyone in it. And whether Maggie ever acts on that understanding, whether she ever breaks her silence and reveals what she's been carrying all this time, remains the last truly unsolved mystery of the Simpson family. Section 7. The predictions, prophecy, coincidence, or something stranger. How a cartoon sitcom has been right about the future for 30 years. Let's talk about the predictions. You've probably seen at least some of them. Screenshots shared on social media, clips circulated with captions expressing some variant of amazement. The Simpsons already did this. They predicted it in 1998. How did they know? The headline example, the one that gets brought up most frequently and most fervently, is the Trump presidency. In the year 2000, an episode called Bart to the Future depicted a flash forward to a future in which Lisa Simpson, now an adult, has become the first female president of the United States. In that episode, Lisa's predecessor in the White House is identified as Donald Trump. The episode aired 16 years before Trump won the 2016 presidential election. 16 years. The show depicted a Trump presidency as a joke, a satirical observation about the trajectory American politics was traveling, and then American politics traveled precisely that trajectory. The internet's response, when this clip resurfaced in 2016, was substantial. Screenshots went viral. The clip spread far beyond the show's existing fan base. People who hadn't thought about The Simpsons in years were suddenly asking how they knew. The list of apparent predictions is extensive. A 1,995 episode depicted a device worn on the wrist that resembles a smartwatch in form and function, roughly 2 decades before the Apple Watch arrived. A 1,994 episode included a commercial spaceflight element decades before private space tourism became a commercial reality. A 1,998 episode contained a mathematical equation that appears to predict the mass of the Higgs boson particle, a value that wasn't experimentally confirmed until 2012. A 1,999 episode had Homer theorize that the universe might be donut-shaped, and years later cosmologists found radiation patterns suggesting the universe could be toroidal in structure. A 1,993 episode depicted a flu-like illness originating in Asia spreading to Springfield, causing mass panic, supply shortages, and a frantic search for treatment. The episode aired 27 years before COVID. 19. During the chaos of the fictional outbreak in that episode, the townspeople accidentally released a swarm of killer bees, which felt uncanny when Asian giant hornets arrived in the United States during the actual 2020 pandemic and were immediately dubbed murder hornets by the media. In 1996, an episode included a joke where the hip-hop group Cypress Hill accidentally booked the London Symphony Orchestra for a performance. That exact collaboration happened in reality in 2024, when Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall. 28 years between the joke and its real-world echo. A 1,998 episode depicted Disney acquiring 20th Century Fox as a satirical observation about media consolidation. Disney actually acquired 20th Century Fox in 2019. Across multiple episodes, the show depicted video calling, autocorrect failures, and surveillance technology years before these became standard elements of daily life. The list continues well beyond what any single video or article can comprehensively cover. So, what is actually happening here? The official position from inside the show is direct and unglamorous. Al Jean, an executive producer who has been with the series since its earliest seasons, offers a simple explanation. If you throw enough darts, you're going to hit some bullseyes. 800 episodes across 36 years, each containing dozens of satirical observations about American culture, technology, politics, and social dynamics. When you generate that volume of content over that span of time, some percentage of it is mathematically going to align with future events through statistical probability alone. Bill Oakley, who ran the show during several of its most acclaimed seasons, was even more straightforward. There are very few cases where the show actually predicted something. Mostly it's coincidence and the fact that history repeats itself. Fact-checking organizations have systematically examined many of the most widely shared apparent predictions and found mundane explanations for most of them. The writers didn't predict the Trump presidency through any kind of prescience. They observed that Trump had been publicly discussing a potential presidential run since the late 1980s, that his celebrity to politics ambitions were well documented, and wrote a joke about the logical endpoint of celebrity culture intersecting with electoral politics. They extrapolated from a visible trend to its most absurd conclusion. They didn't predict the Disney-Fox merger through prophetic insight. They observed that media consolidation was an accelerating structural trend in the entertainment industry and wrote a gag about a megacorporation consuming its competitors, which is what megacorporations in the entertainment industry do. The smartwatch wasn't a prediction. It was an extrapolation from the visible trend of technology miniaturization toward its logical conclusion. The Simpsons writing staff has historically been among the most academically credentialed in television. Writers from the show's peak years include graduates of Harvard, Yale, and other institutions, with backgrounds spanning mathematics, physics, computer science, political theory, and economics. These are not people pulling guesses from nowhere. They are highly intelligent observers of American culture, politics, and technological development who spend their careers analyzing patterns, identifying trajectories, and pushing current trends to their logical and most absurd conclusions. That's not predicting the future. It's reading the present more carefully than most people do, and then pushing it forward a few steps in a direction the evidence already suggests. But here is where the official explanation starts to feel slightly insufficient. Some of the coincidences are specific enough that statistical probability begins to feel inadequate as a complete explanation. The Trump prediction didn't just depict a celebrity politician winning the presidency, it depicted Trump specifically, by name. It showed him descending an escalator in a visual that closely mirrors the announcement he made in 2015, descending an escalator in Trump Tower with cameras trained on him. A 1993 episode about Siegfried and Roy, adjacent performers, didn't just joke about exotic animals being dangerous. It depicted a white tiger attacking one of the performers, which closely echoes what happened in 2003 when Roy Horn was severely injured by one of the act's white tigers during a live performance. These aren't vague trend extrapolations. These are specific details that align with future events in ways that feel distinct from simple pattern extrapolation. This is where a more interesting theory emerges than any of the supernatural or conspiratorial ones. The Simpsons doesn't predict the future through prophecy. The Simpsons shapes the future through cultural influence. The show is one of the most watched, most quoted, most deeply embedded pieces of American media in history. It has been running for longer than much of its current audience has been alive. Its jokes, its observations, its satirical positions have become part of the American cultural vocabulary. When the show makes a joke about Trump becoming president, that joke enters the cultural bloodstream. Millions of people see it. It becomes a reference point. It becomes something people think about when they encounter Trump's political ambitions in the news. It makes a Trump presidency feel familiar before it happens. The joke doesn't predict the future. It primes the cultural imagination for a future that might arrive. And when the future actually arrives, when the reality catches up to the joke, it doesn't feel like being surprised by something new. It feels like recognizing something you'd already been prepared for. We've seen this before. The Simpsons did this already. The show didn't predict that Disney would buy Fox. It made media consolidation feel inevitable by depicting it as obvious, inevitable satire. By the time the merger actually happened, the cultural response wasn't shock. It was a kind of resigned recognition. Of course they did. We already knew this was coming. The Simpsons told us. The show's satire doesn't forecast the future. It normalizes trajectories that are already in motion. And when those trajectories arrive, the cultural experience isn't surprise but familiarity. A sense that reality has caught up with a prediction that wasn't actually a prediction, just a sharply observed piece of social criticism that the world eventually made true. Springfield doesn't reflect America. America has become Springfield. The show held up a mirror for 36 years. The nuclear power plant with its unlimited violations and its protected owner. The corrupt billionaire who shapes municipal politics and faces no meaningful accountability. The incompetent government inspector whose fundamental unsuitability for his role ensures the violations continue. The population too economically dependent and too cognitively encumbered to effectively challenge the system they're inside. The endless cycle of catastrophe and reset and catastrophe again. That's Springfield. And it increasingly resembles the broader reality the show's audience lives in. Springfield isn't a prediction, it's a diagnosis. The show just wrote it down first. And there's the final piece that makes the predictions genuinely worth sitting with, even after the debunking. The Simpsons has also made thousands of predictions that never came true. Jokes about jetpacks and moon colonies. Technology that was imagined and never arrived. Political outcomes that went entirely in the other direction. Social shifts that the show anticipated and that simply didn't materialize. Nobody screenshots those. Nobody makes viral posts about the times the show was wrong. Nobody builds theories around the predictions that failed. Confirmation bias operates selectively. We remember the hits because they feel meaningful. We forget the misses because they don't. When you produce 800 episodes containing thousands of satirical observations about every direction American life might go, and then filter the results through the most powerful confirmation bias engine in human history, the internet, what you get is a highlight reel that looks like prophecy. The actual rate of accuracy is whatever it is. The perceived rate is whatever the most shareable clips suggest. The Simpsons didn't predict the future. The Simpsons wrote enough possible futures that some of them were guaranteed to come true. And the ones that came true are the ones anyone remembers. But try explaining that to the internet the next time a clip from 1,997 lines up perfectly with a headline from this week. Even knowing how the trick works, even understanding the mechanism, it still lands. Because 800 episodes, 36 years, and enough precise bullseyes scattered through the statistical noise to make even the show's own creators occasionally pause and wonder if they know something they shouldn't. Section 8. Mona Simpson and the Three-Generation Conspiracy. The mother who left, the deal the grandfather made, and the employee Burns built. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer Simpson's mother was dead. That was the established fact. Abe Simpson, Homer's father, had told him his mother passed away when Homer was young. He showed Homer a grave. Homer mourned. He grew up believing he was a boy whose mother died and whose father was too emotionally closed off and too caught in his own patterns to fill the void she'd left behind. This belief shaped everything about Homer. The desperate need for approval and affection. The clinginess toward Marge that sometimes crossed into anxious dependency. The deep terror of abandonment that surfaces whenever his family seems at risk. The willingness to absorb humiliation and indignity from his employer rather than risk losing the stability of his job and the life it funds. Homer's personality, in many of its most defining characteristics, is a coping architecture built around the experience of maternal loss. And, in Season 7, the show revealed that the loss was a lie. The episode is Mother Simpson. The 19th of November, 1995. Widely considered one of the finest episodes in the series. The setup involves Homer faking his own death to avoid working on a Saturday. When Marge insists he go to the Hall of Records and correct the administrative error that has him listed as deceased, Homer makes a discovery that changes the fundamental structure of his personal history. His mother is alive. She never died. The grave Abe showed him wasn't hers. It was the grave of a well-known poet. Abe had been pointing at a famous writer's headstone and calling it his wife's burial site for the entirety of Homer's childhood, adolescence, and adult life. Homer finds his mother, Mona, at a cemetery. She's visiting what she believes is her son's grave. She doesn't recognize him at first. He's changed. He's grown into the adult he became during her absence. When Homer proves who he is, their reunion is one of the most emotionally direct scenes the show has ever produced. A grown man and his mother, separated for 27 years, finding each other in a place that belongs to neither of them. Mona tells Homer the truth. She didn't die. She didn't leave because she stopped loving him. She left because she had no other option. Because staying would have put Homer and Abe in genuine danger. Because the man who owned the nuclear power plant, the man Homer would eventually grow up to work for without ever connecting the personal history, had destroyed her life and forced her underground. The story begins in 1969. Mona Simpson was an ordinary housewife, married to Abe, mother to young Homer, living a quiet life in Springfield while the country outside was engaged in major social upheaval. Then, she changed. The show depicts her radicalization with its usual mix of absurdism and genuine emotional weight. She joined a group of activists and they targeted a laboratory owned by Mr. Burns. Not the nuclear power plant, a separate facility, a biological weapons laboratory, owned by the same man who also happened to own the town's nuclear reactor. Burns was manufacturing biological weapons in Springfield, in the same community where families lived, where children played, where ordinary people spent their lives without any awareness that the wealthiest man in town was operating a germ warfare facility down the road. Mona and her group broke into the lab. They deployed what the show describes as an antibiotic bomb, a device designed to destroy the biological agents stored inside. The raid succeeded. The biological weapons were destroyed. During their escape, one of the fleeing activists accidentally cured the asthma of the facility's security guard, who turned out to be Clancy Wiggum, later Springfield's chief of police. But Mona made a mistake that cost her everything. As the group fled, she stopped to help someone who had fallen in the chaos. That person was Burns. She stopped to help the man whose weapons she'd just destroyed. Burns looked up and saw her face. He identified her. He reported her to federal authorities. And from that moment forward, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She couldn't go home. She couldn't contact her family. She couldn't hold her son or explain anything to him. She kissed Homer goodbye while he was sleeping and disappeared. Homer woke up and his mother was gone. Abe told him she was dead, and Homer spent the next 3 decades of his life operating on the premise that something was fundamentally wrong with him, that he was the kind of son whose mother would prefer not to be present for his life, that there was something about him specifically that made people leave rather than stay. His entire emotional architecture was built on a manufactured premise: his desperate need for love and approval, his terror of abandonment, his willingness to accept poor treatment rather than risk losing what connections he has. All of it traces back to a morning when he was approximately 6 years old, woke up, and his mother wasn't there. Now here is where the conspiracy deepens. Burns didn't just report Mona to the FBI and move on. He pursued her. He maintained an active personal vendetta against a woman who had destroyed his weapons laboratory, and he used his resources, his connections, and his influence to ensure she could never safely return to her family. When Mona finally returns to Springfield in Season 7's episode, Burns spots her through a cab window, recognizes her immediately, and contacts the authorities. The FBI arrives at the Simpson house. Mona has to flee again. Homer gets to say goodbye to his mother for the second time, and this time, Homer knows why she left the first time. He knows who was responsible. He knows the name and the face of the man who took his mother from him before he was old enough to understand what he was losing. That man is his boss. Homer works for Charles Montgomery Burns. Homer has worked for Burns for his entire adult life. Homer earns his livelihood, maintains his family, pays his mortgage, and funds every element of his daily existence through wages provided by the man who destroyed his family and has spent decades ensuring his mother couldn't come home. Homer doesn't connect the dots. He doesn't confront Burns. He doesn't quit. He doesn't appear to fully process, in any sustained and actionable way, the relationship between the billionaire who signs his paychecks and the billionaire who stole his mother. The show doesn't play this as a joke. It plays it as tragedy. Homer's inability to make the connection between these two versions of Burns, the employer and the destroyer, isn't written for laughs. It's written as a quiet, devastating reflection of what chronic cognitive damage looks like in practice. Homer is too neurologically compromised by the crayon and by decades of radiation exposure and by the accumulated weight of everything that's been done to his brain to understand the full architecture of his own suffering. And that, the theory argues, was exactly what Burns intended. Burns didn't just destroy Mona's life, he engineered Homer's. By forcing Mona away when Homer was a child, Burns ensured that Homer would grow up with a specific kind of damage, emotionally devastated, desperate for approval, fundamentally unable to challenge authority because challenging authority means risking the approval he's been starved of since childhood. Incapable of sustained confrontation with anyone who holds power over him because the implicit threat of abandonment is more terrifying than the explicit reality of exploitation. The perfect employee. Homer doesn't work at the nuclear power plant because he's too unintelligent to find better employment, although that's part of the picture. Homer works at the nuclear power plant because Burns broke him before he was old enough to protect himself. And the broken version of Homer is exactly the version Burns needs in Sector 7G. Compliant, obedient, grateful for whatever scraps of recognition he receives. Incapable of looking up from his workstation and asking why the fish have three eyes? The show confirms the conspiracy's depth in a later revelation. Burns at some point committed a crime, and Grandpa Simpson witnessed it or became aware of it. In exchange for Abe's silence, Burns made a deal. Homer would have a job at the power plant regardless of his performance. No matter how many mistakes he accumulated, no matter how many documented errors appeared in his file, no matter how many times he should by any reasonable institutional standard have been dismissed. 742 documented errors, the show notes at one point. 742, and Homer was never permanently let go because the deal protected him. His job security wasn't an accident or an expression of cartoon logic. It was a contractual obligation between his father and the man who destroyed his family, made in silence, maintained in secret, and never explained to Homer because explaining it would require explaining everything else. Mona Simpson fought back against Burns's biological weapons program. She destroyed his lab. She did something heroic, at personal cost, because she believed it mattered. Burns retaliated by destroying her family across 3 generations. Abe Simpson made a deal with the man responsible for his wife's exile. He secured his son's livelihood through silence and complicity. Homer inherited the consequences of both decisions and never understood why his life felt the particular weight it did. 3 generations of Simpsons, broken and shaped and redirected by one man's grudge and one town's inability to hold that man accountable for anything. The show eventually proved what Homer could have been. In the episode where the crayon is temporarily removed, Homer becomes intelligent, not superhuman, not implausibly capable, just the version of himself that the damage had been suppressing. Articulate, curious, capable of understanding the world around him with clarity. He sees Springfield as it actually is, and he sees his life as it actually is, and the clarity is unbearable. He has the crayon put back in because being intelligent in Springfield, seeing it all clearly, is worse than not seeing it. But Homer's choice to restore the damage was made inside a system that was designed from the beginning to ensure that choice would always be available and always tempting. Burns made sure of this when Homer was 6 years old and his mother vanished in the night. Mona Simpson died in a later season. The episode handles her death with unusual restraint and genuine feeling. Homer sits with her. He holds her hand. He watches the mother he barely knew, the mother he spent most of his life believing was dead, actually leave. No cutaway, no reset, just a man and his mother and the weight of 27 stolen years. Underneath 36 seasons of comedy, underneath the gags and the catchphrases and the couch gags and the celebrity appearances, The Simpsons has been telling a story about a family that was systematically broken by one man's power and one town's unwillingness to resist it. Mona fought back and lost everything. Abe made a deal and buried the truth. Homer inherited the damage and never understood its source. And Burns won. Burns always wins. Because in Springfield, the man with the resources writes the rules. And the rules say Homer Simpson will work at the power plant until the show ends or he dies, whichever comes first. He was broken before he ever clocked in. Section 9. Where is Springfield, the town that cannot be found? Why the show's geographic mystery is more than a joke. Springfield is the most famous fictional town in American history. More people can identify Springfield than can correctly name the capital cities of several actual American states. It has a nuclear power plant and a tire fire and a gorge and a harbor and a monorail and a prison and 2 hospitals and an elementary school and a quick mart that functions as a community anchor. It has mountains and beaches and deserts and farmland and dense forest, all apparently within reasonable driving distance of the town center. It borders Ohio and Nevada and Maine and Kentucky, depending on which episode you're watching and how carefully you're tracking the geographical implications of the establishing shots. Springfield is on the coast. Springfield is in the heartland. Springfield is near the Canadian border. Springfield is near Mexico. Springfield's weather ranges from blizzard conditions to tropical heat within the span of a single season, sometimes apparently within a single week. Springfield doesn't exist in any state because Springfield appears to exist in all of them simultaneously. This geographic impossibility has been built into the show deliberately and comprehensively. Every time a clue appears that seems to narrow down the possibilities, a subsequent episode introduces a detail that contradicts it. In one episode, Springfield is definitively northern. In another, it's unambiguously southern. Lisa's area code appears once as a Missouri prefix. The state abbreviation has been shown as NT, which isn't a real designation in the American state system. When Homer calls the state capital, the voice on the other end identifies the state as beginning with a vowel, which narrows the possibilities slightly while leaving dozens of options still viable. The show has been teasing answers and withdrawing them for 3.5 decades. Matt Groening, the show's creator, actually named Springfield in a 2012 interview with Smithsonian Magazine. He said he chose the name because Springfield is one of the most common city names in America, and because he grew up near Springfield, Oregon. For approximately 48 hours, the internet treated the mystery as solved. Springfield was in Oregon. That was the answer. Then the show continued airing episodes that placed Springfield in geographic contexts entirely inconsistent with Oregon. The writers didn't honor the creator's stated intention. The mystery was resurrected not by fan insistence, but by the show's own continued production. The geographic ambiguity was maintained because the ambiguity was always the actual design choice, not the answer. The surface-level explanation for all of this is clear and reasonable. Springfield is a universal American town. It's meant to resonate with the broadest possible audience by being located nowhere in particular and therefore everywhere in general. It's the town you grew up in, regardless of your actual zip code. Groening has confirmed this design philosophy. The writers have confirmed it. It's a deliberate, creative choice with an identifiable rationale. But under the framework of everything else we've been discussing, Springfield's geographic impossibility takes on additional dimensions. If the radiation theory is true, if the laws of biology have been warped in Springfield by decades of nuclear contamination, then why should the laws of geography be exempt? The town's residents have 4 fingers and yellow skin and survive physical trauma that should be fatal. The fish have 3 eyes. The wildlife glows. If radiation can reshape biological reality at that level, can it reshape physical geography? Can chronic contamination compress landscapes that should be hundreds of miles apart into a single impossible region, folding Ohio's geography against Nevada's? Pressing Maine's coastline against Kentucky's interior? It sounds outlandish, but the show has established, repeatedly and canonically, that the normal rules of physical reality don't consistently apply in Springfield. Geography might simply be one more rule the contamination zone has dissolved. If the coma theory is true, Springfield's geographic chaos is considerably easier to explain. Homer's dreaming brain doesn't have a precise, map-accurate memory of American geography. It has emotional impressions, fragments, feelings associated with places. Mountains from a family vacation, an ocean from a commercial, desert from a film he watched once, farmland from driving through somewhere he didn't have a reason to remember clearly. His unconscious mind assembled Springfield from every American landscape he'd ever encountered, layered over each other without logical spatial relationship, held together by emotional association rather than geographic accuracy. Dreams don't have maps. Dreams have impressions of places, and the impressions override the measurements. Springfield feels like every American town Homer ever knew, because it's made from pieces of all of them, assembled by a mind that stores experiences emotionally rather than cartographically. And if the collective denial framework from the Skinner episode is applied, Springfield's geographic ambiguity becomes something more instrumentally useful. You cannot effectively investigate a town you cannot find on a map. You cannot hold a nuclear power plant legally accountable if the regulatory jurisdiction keeps shifting. You cannot build a sustained legal case against environmental violations if the relevant state authority keeps changing based on which episode establishes Springfield's location. A town with no fixed location has no fixed regulatory authority, no permanent EPA oversight with consistent jurisdiction, no state attorney general with a clear mandate. Springfield floats between state boundaries because floating is safer than landing. Landing in a fixed location means accountability. It means someone shows up with federal authority and starts asking questions about the 3-eyed fish and the cracked cooling towers and the billionaire who claims personal memories from the 1890s. In the season 12 episode Behind the Laughter, a mockumentary format episode about the Simpson family, Springfield's location was finally revealed in the original broadcast as being in northern Kentucky. In syndicated reruns, this detail was changed to a different location entirely. The definitive answer changed based on which version of the episode you happen to be watching. Even when Springfield has a concrete answer, the answer isn't stable. It shifts. It mutates. It refuses to be pinned down, like everything else in this town, like the fish with its extra eye, and the billionaire who shouldn't still be alive, and the family that never ages, and the catastrophes that nobody remembers. Every state in America has at some point been theorized as Springfield's home. Every theory has evidence supporting it and evidence contradicting it. The show has deliberately maintained this state of permanent ambiguity and shows no signs of resolving it. Springfield will never be definitively located. Not because the show can't decide, but because the show decided long ago that Springfield is more useful as a mystery than as a fixed coordinate. A town that could be anywhere belongs to everyone. And a town that belongs to everyone is impossible to shut down, impossible to locate for purposes of accountability, impossible to pin to a map and circle in red ink and label as a problem requiring specific remediation. That's the point. Springfield isn't everywhere because the writers couldn't make up their minds. Springfield is everywhere because the only version of Springfield that matters is the one that could be your town. The one that looks like where you grew up, if you squint. The one whose problems resemble the problems you recognize when you look at your own community and wonder why the same things keep happening and nobody seems to stop them. Section 10. The floating timeline. Why nobody ages and what that actually means. Time stopped in Springfield because we stopped it. Bart Simpson was 10 years old when The Simpsons debuted in December 1989. He is 10 years old right now, as of whatever episode aired most recently. Lisa was 8 then. She's 8 now. Homer and Marge were in their mid-30s in 1989. They're in their mid-30s today. Maggie was 1 year old at the show's premiere. She remains 1 year old. 36 years have passed in the real world. 0 years have passed in Springfield. The industry term for this is a floating timeline. The show's present is always the viewer's present. When an episode airs in 2025, the characters are living in 2025. When it aired in 1995, they were living in 1995. The year changes around them, the technology evolves, the cultural references update, the social context shifts, but the characters themselves remain locked at the ages they were when the show began. It's standard practice for long-running animated series. It allows the show to remain contemporary without aging its characters into a different set of stories than the ones it was designed to tell. Most audiences accept this without extended consideration. But The Simpsons has been running long enough that the floating timeline has generated contradictions serious enough to crack the foundation of the show's internal reality, and examining those cracks tells you something about why the convention exists and what it's actually doing. The most illustrative contradiction involves Homer and Marge's backstory. When the show began, their personal history was anchored in a specific era. They met in high school. The cultural context of their courtship, the music, the fashion, the social attitudes, was grounded in the late 1970s and early 1980s. This made perfect sense for characters who were in their mid-30s in the late 1980s. Their formative experiences belonged to the decade that produced them. But as the floating timeline dragged the present forward while keeping the characters at the same age, the backstory had to move with it. If Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in 2025, they didn't meet in 1980. They met around 2005. Their high school experience wasn't defined by Watergate and the dawn of disco. It was defined by MySpace and early YouTube and the first generation of smartphones. The show has acknowledged this shift by periodically retelling their origin story with updated cultural references. Their youth has been depicted through the lens of the 1990s, then the 2000s, then the early 2010s. Each version is internally consistent. Each version contradicts the previous ones. Homer and Marge don't have a fixed past. Their history is a manuscript that keeps being revised to fit the needs of the current episode, with each revision discarding what was established before. This means the characters don't have memories in any stable sense. They have current approximations of histories that are replaced when a new approximation is needed. Their past reshapes itself continuously to maintain the fiction of a permanent present. Every theory in this entire exploration converges on this point. Every one of them arrives at the same place through a different path. The coma theory says nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of a man who has been unconscious since April 1993. Homer's unconscious brain cannot age his children because aging requires the passage of experienced time, and the experience stopped when he went under. The radiation theory says nobody ages because their biology has been so fundamentally altered by decades of nuclear contamination that normal cellular aging processes have been disrupted or suppressed. The same contamination that gave Springfield's fish an extra eye may have suspended the biological markers of aging in the town's human population. The collective denial framework says nobody ages because Springfield has agreed, through its habitual practice of choosing comfortable fictions over inconvenient truths, to simply not acknowledge the passage of time. The town votes, every episode, to maintain the fiction that nothing is different from how it was. Time passing would mean things changing. Things changing would mean acknowledging that the current situation isn't permanent. And if the current situation isn't permanent, then all the problems with it are more urgent than the which have mech prepared to deal with. The Burns immortality theory establishes that at least one person in Springfield has found a workable method of extending life well beyond its natural limits through technology and wealth. If one person in the town has successfully suspended normal aging through sufficiently extreme medical intervention, the concept of aging itself is already negotiable within the show's universe. Each theory names the phenomenon differently. All of them are pointing at the same structural reality. Time doesn't work in Springfield. Something about this town, the radiation or the dream or the denial or the billionaire's medical technology or some combination of all of them, has broken the normal forward progression of time for everyone inside it. The floating timeline isn't a production convenience. It's a symptom. A recurring signal from the show's own architecture that something fundamental about reality has been disrupted for the people living inside it. The show has imagined its characters aging. It has done so deliberately and with genuine emotional investment. The season 6 episode Lisa's Wedding takes the show forward to a future in which Lisa is 23 years old, engaged to be married, and fully realized as the adult the show has always been building her toward. She's intelligent, principled, a little lonely, searching for connection in a world that doesn't quite understand her. The episode proves, conclusively, that the show can envision its characters as adults. It has done the creative work of imagining who they'd be. Then it closes the window. Lisa returns to being 8 years old. Bart returns to being 10. The future gets locked away and the permanent present resumes as if the glimpse never happened. The show can imagine growth. It doesn't permit it. This is the point where the mystery of Springfield becomes something larger than any single fan theory can contain. Because the floating timeline isn't just a narrative device. It's a statement about something that extends beyond the show and touches the relationship between the audience and what the show represents. The Simpsons is the American family. More specifically, it's been the American family for longer than any other fictional household in the history of the medium. Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie have been the benchmark American family for 36 years. They've been sitting on that couch, stumbling through that front door, stumbling into and out of problems and disasters and moments of genuine connection for longer than most of their current viewers have been alive. And the American family, as The Simpsons depicts it, cannot be allowed to change. Homer must be middle-aged because Homer middle-aged is what the show is built around. Marge must be patient because Marge's patience is the structural load-bearing element of the whole family's functioning. Bart must be rebellious because Bart's rebellion is the show's principal source of anarchic energy. Lisa must be idealistic because Lisa's idealism, relentlessly frustrated and never quite extinguished, is the show's moral voice. Maggie must be silent because Maggie's silence is the show's deepest ongoing mystery. The moment Bart turns 11 and Lisa turns 9, and Maggie says her second word, and Homer retires and Marge is left alone in a house that has grown too quiet, the show isn't a comedy anymore. It's something harder, an elegy, a story about a family that ran out of time to stay what it was. And the audience doesn't want that story. The audience wants the version where the kids are always young, and the parents are always together, and the house on Evergreen Terrace is always the same and the beer is always cold. The audience wants the couch gag and the theme song and the comfortable certainty that when the episode ends, everything will reset and Bart will still be 10 next week. The floating timeline is the show's thesis statement. The Simpsons are frozen in time because we need them to be, because they represent something we can't bring ourselves to let go of. The messy, chaotic, deeply imperfect, genuinely loving, occasionally wise, and frequently foolish American family. The family that survives everything and recovers from everything and starts fresh every week. The family that argues and reconciles and fails and tries again perpetually without ever having to face the version of the story where the children grow up and the parents grow old and the house has different people in it. The characters don't age because aging means ending. And the American family, in the version of it that The Simpsons represents, is not allowed to end. Not in the show, not in our collective imagination, not in the dream of a comatose man in a hospital bed in a town that doesn't appear on any map, holding his family together through the only power he has left. The loop isn't Springfield's prison. It's ours. We built it in 1989 when we pressed play. We maintain it every time we tune in. We tighten it a little more with every episode we watch, every quote we repeat, every time we feel the specific comfort of returning to a family we know better than we know many of the actual people in our lives. The Simpsons don't age because we won't let them. And maybe that's the most honest thing the show has ever said about its audience. We are the reason Springfield is frozen. We are the ones who keep the loop running. We are the people who look at a family trapped in permanent stasis and feel not horror, but comfort. Because if the loop breaks, if the timeline starts landing, if Bart turns 11, we have to admit that 36 years have passed. We have to admit that we're older, that the world has changed in ways we didn't expect or necessarily want, that the couch we sat on as children watching the opening credits is gone or in someone else's house or in a landfill somewhere, and we are not the people who sat on it. As long as The Simpsons runs, as long as Bart is 10, and the loop keeps floating, we don't have to admit any of that. We can sit down, turn on the television, and go home to Evergreen Terrace. And it always looks the same. Section 11. Hans Moleman, Ned Flanders, and Springfield's Hidden Tragedies. The man who dies and returns, and the man who does everything right. Hans Moleman is perhaps the most reliably tragic figure in Springfield's population. If you've watched the show for any length of time, you know him. The tiny, elderly, nearly blind man who appears in background scenes and medium shots throughout Springfield's daily life, existing primarily to suffer. He gets hit by cars. He gets crushed under falling objects. He gets buried alive, gets eaten by animals, gets struck by lightning, gets incinerated, walks into traffic, and disappears under wheels. By conservative estimate, Hans Moleman is the most frequently killed character in the history of American animation. The show has killed him dozens of times. Not in the show's annual Halloween episodes, where non-canonical deaths are expected and understood as part of the format. Not in dream sequences or obvious fantasy sequences. In regular, canonical episodes, Hans Moleman dies. Then he appears in the following episode, or the one after, completely unaffected. No explanation for the return. No resurrection scene. No acknowledgement that he was dead 2 weeks ago. He simply shows up, ready for the next incident, as if the previous one didn't occur. Most audiences accept this as a running gag. It's funny. Don't think about it. The show kills him repeatedly. The repetition is the joke. And the joke has been running long enough to become a beloved piece of the show's comedic furniture. But under any of the theoretical frameworks we've been exploring, Moleman's repeated deaths are genuinely strange. If the radiation theory is correct, Moleman might represent the most extreme mutation that Springfield's contamination has produced. A man whose cellular biology has been so profoundly altered by nuclear exposure that his body can reconstitute itself after experiences that should be irreversibly fatal. He doesn't survive the way Homer survives physical trauma. Homer endures damage and heals through improbable but continuous biological processes. Moleman actually dies. His body ceases functioning and then, apparently, resumes. Death in Springfield may be, for certain residents, a temporary condition. If the coma theory is correct, Moleman serves a different narrative function entirely. He's a background element in Homer's dream, a minor character that Homer's unconscious mind populates the dream Springfield with without caring enough about him to maintain continuity. Moleman dies because Homer's dreaming brain occasionally lets the minor supporting characters lapse, and he comes back because the dream needs bodies to make Springfield feel inhabited. In this reading, Moleman isn't a person with a story. He's atmospheric furniture that Homer's mind breaks and reassembles as needed. If the collective denial framework applies, Moleman's deaths are simply one more thing Springfield has agreed not to notice. A man dies in public, repeatedly, visibly, in front of witnesses. Nobody investigates. Nobody calls emergency services in a way that leads to outcomes. Nobody asks how he keeps returning. The town has normalized Molman's death cycle with the same practiced indifference it applies to the three-eyed fish and the glowing billionaire and the principal who wasn't who he said he was. But here's the Molman detail that sits uncomfortably outside the humor. Molman once stated his age as 31 years old. 31. Look at him. 31. His physical appearance suggests a man in his 80s or 90s at minimum. If he's telling the truth, and the show presents no indication that he's lying or confused, something aged him catastrophically between his actual years and his apparent ones. Something took a man who should still be in a relatively early stage of adult life and compressed decades of aging into a form that suggests extreme senescence. The same thing that apparently made him nearly indestructible. Whatever Springfield did to his biology, it accelerated his aging dramatically while simultaneously making death difficult to achieve. He looks ancient at 31 and keeps returning from circumstances that should permanently end his story. The radiation theory offers the most direct explanation for this. Molman may represent what sustained exposure to Springfield's specific level of contamination does to a human body when all other factors align in a particular direction. Rapid apparent aging, dramatic cellular disruption, but also, paradoxically, a kind of biological resilience that normal human cells wouldn't produce. He's the show's most unexamined mystery, packaged as a recurring joke. Now let's talk about Ned Flanders, because Ned is the character The Simpsons has dismantled most thoroughly over its run, and the darkness underneath his relentless positivity is one of the series' most unsettling undercurrents. On the surface, Ned Flanders is everything Homer Simpson isn't. He's kind. Consistently, reliably, genuinely kind to the people around him, including Homer, who has spent 36 years being an indifferent neighbor at best and an active burden at worst. Ned is generous with his time, his resources, and his patience. He's devoutly religious, physically fit, financially responsible, attentive to his children, and thoughtful in his community relationships. By any objective measure, in virtually every conventional category of personal virtue, Ned Flanders is a better person than Homer Simpson, and the show punishes him for it, relentlessly and without apparent conscience. His wife Maude was killed in a freak accident at the Springfield Speedway when a promotional t-shirt cannon misfired. The shirts hit Maude instead of the intended target because Homer, trying to avoid being hit himself, jumped out of the way and redirected the trajectory. Homer's instinctive self-preservation, his reflexive move to protect himself from mild discomfort, caused the t-shirts to hit Maude with enough force to knock her off the bleachers. She died. Homer's selfishness killed Ned's wife. Not through malice, not through any intent to harm, through the simple, accidental consequence of Homer being Homer, someone who moves to protect himself without adequately considering what that movement might do to the people around him. And Ned forgave him. Not perfunctorily, not while seething privately. Ned forgave Homer because Ned forgives. He turns the other cheek. He absorbs the punishment, processes the grief, and responds with the grace and patience that define his public character. His faith provides the framework for this. His theology says forgiveness is the correct response. And so Ned forgives, and continues being Homer's neighbor, and continues lending Homer tools that come back damaged if they come back at all, and continues being available for whatever Homer needs from him at whatever hour Homer needs it. Then the show peels back the layer underneath. A hurricane destroys Ned's house. The community rebuilds it. The rebuild is so poor, the construction so rushed and incompetent, that the house collapses immediately upon completion. Ned's response to watching his rebuilt home fall is not more patience. It's a complete psychological breakdown. He snaps. He screams at the entire town. He delivers an extended verbal assault on every person who has ever wronged him, saying things that have apparently been accumulating for years behind the surface of his relentless niceness. Then he's committed to a mental health facility. And there, the show reveals something that reframes everything we thought we understood about Ned Flanders. His relentless positivity isn't a character trait, it's a cage. A psychological structure built around a very different person by behavioral modification that began in childhood. Ned was a violent, uncontrollable child. His parents, committed non-authoritarians who didn't believe in conventional discipline, took him to a psychiatrist when he was young. The psychiatrist spent years systematically conditioning the aggression out of him through intensive behavioral therapy. The show describes this process in ways that make it sound less like treatment and more like reprogramming. The aggression didn't disappear. It was suppressed, locked behind layers of behavioral conditioning so thorough that Ned cannot access it through normal emotional pathways. His kindness isn't what he is. It's what was built over what he is. The patience with Homer isn't saintly. It's pathological. His brain was literally wired to suppress anger in any form, at any cost, and the suppression operates regardless of the provocation. Maud's death, the destroyed house, 36 years of Homer's careless imposition. None of it can break through the conditioning to reach the part of Ned that might otherwise respond with proportionate emotion. His faith isn't spiritual conviction in the straightforward sense. It's a coping architecture for a man who has been absorbing damage his entire life and needs an external framework to explain why it keeps happening despite him doing everything correctly. The theology doesn't just provide comfort, it provides the justification for the suppression. Forgiveness is what his faith requires. The conditioning makes forgiveness inevitable. The theology and the psychology reinforce each other, and the result is a man who continues extending grace to people who have cost him enormously, not because he's freely choosing to, but because the architecture of his mind leaves him no alternative. And here's the detail that becomes genuinely haunting once you see it. God talks to Homer, not metaphorically, not through a vague sense of presence or comfort. Within the Simpsons universe, God is a character who has had actual face-to-face conversations with Homer Simpson, the drunk who falls asleep in church, the man who once used a donut to cause a nuclear incident, the man with an IQ of 55 and a crayon lodged in his brain. God talks to Homer. God engages with Homer's questions. God tells Homer things directly. God has never spoken to Ned Flanders. Ned has dedicated his life to faith. He attends church every week with genuine conviction rather than social obligation. He prays sincerely and regularly. He has organized his entire personal code around theological principles he takes seriously rather than performatively. He is, by any surface measure, the most genuinely devout character in Springfield. And in 36 years, God has never once initiated a conversation with him. The drunk who doesn't try gets divine attention. The devout man who has structured his entire life around the relationship gets silence. The show doesn't comment on this directly. It doesn't explain it, justify it, or present it as a problem to be resolved. It simply is. Homer gets conversations with God. Ned doesn't. This is the reality of the Springfield universe, presented without editorializing. But the show is making a statement through this fact whether it intends to or not. Goodness is not rewarded in Springfield. Kindness is not protected. Faith is not answered. The moral architecture of the universe, within the show's own terms, does not appear to operate in a way that rewards virtue or responds to sincere devotion. What it rewards is something closer to compliance. And Ned is the most comprehensively compliant person in Springfield. He was conditioned into compliance before he was old enough to choose. He was optimized for it by a process that removed the anger that might have led him to resist, and the result is a man who has spent his adult life being exactly what the system needs him to be without ever receiving anything that resembles proportionate return. Homer is what happens when you do everything wrong in a system that doesn't meaningfully punish wrongness. Ned is what happens when you do everything right in a system that doesn't reward rightness. They've been next-door neighbors for 36 years. The gap between them has never closed. The system isn't designed to close it. The system is designed to keep them exactly where they are. Homer at the power plant, Ned at the church. Burns at the top of everything, Mole Man in the ground and back again. And the town cycling through its disasters and its resets and its collective forgetting, maintaining the agreed-upon version of reality against all the evidence that something fundamental is wrong. That's Springfield. Section 12. The deeper darkness buried storylines, the only sane man, and what the show was really saying. Sideshow Bob, Frank Grimes, and the American elegy hidden in a comedy. Every show develops patterns across its run. The longer it runs, the more deeply the patterns embed themselves in the show's structure, until the patterns become the show at least as much as any individual episode or character does. The Simpsons has been running long enough that its patterns have become the most fully developed, most extensively analyzed, and most consequential in television history. But there are buried patterns in the show, storylines that were opened and never fully resolved, character arcs that were introduced and then allowed to drift, Thematic threads that the show pulled on and then quietly released without tying off the end? Let's begin with Sideshow Bob. Robert Underdunk Terwilliger, Jr. entered the show as a simple, recurring villain. The disgraced sidekick of a children's television clown, a man of refined tastes and evident intelligence who found himself in the absurd humiliation of sharing a set with Krusty the Clown until resentment curdled into something criminal. His initial appearances established the character's basic dynamic: a brilliant man who wants to kill Bart Simpson and is perpetually prevented from doing so by a combination of Bart's resourcefulness and Sideshow Bob's inability to resist his own theatrical impulses. Across the show's run, Sideshow Bob's story accumulated depth that the show never fully resolved. His family appeared. His brother Cecil revealed parallel dynamics that complicated the show's portrait of the Terwilliger family's psychology. Cecil had his own resentments and his own schemes, and the episodes that brought both brothers together suggested a backstory with more texture than the show had previously implied. Their relationship with their parents, briefly glimpsed, pointed toward the kind of generational damage that might explain how two unusually intelligent men ended up in such spectacular conflict with each other and with the world around them. Bob married a woman named Francesca during a period he spent in Italy, hiding from American law. The marriage produced a son, Bart Jr., who was named after the child Sideshow Bob has spent years trying to kill, in a characterization choice that suggested either profound irony or profound ambivalence on Bob's part toward his own obsession. The show introduced Francesca and Bart Jr., and then largely left them in the background. A family Bob had assembled, but the show was never fully interested in developing. The fundamental tension of Sideshow Bob's character is between his evident capacity for something other than villainy and the show's structural need to keep him as an antagonist. He is, by any measure, one of the most intelligent and most culturally sophisticated characters in the show's universe. He loves opera. He has a doctorate. He speaks multiple languages with evident fluency. He quotes Gilbert and Sullivan with precision and obvious, genuine affection. In a different story, Sideshow Bob would be a tragic figure, a man of exceptional gifts who was ground down by a series of humiliations and failures into someone whose life's ambition has narrowed to the elimination of a 10-year-old boy. The show has occasionally glimpsed this version of Bob in episodes that let him be something other than a cartoon villain for long enough to suggest real depth, but it always returns him to the same position: the recurring threat, the character who appears when the show needs a credible antagonist, the man who has become so defined by one obsession that his other dimensions are interesting only as context for it. What the show never fully explored is what Sideshow Bob represents thematically. He is, in a meaningful sense, the most self-aware person in Springfield. He understands what he is. He can articulate his own situation with a clarity that almost no other character in the show possesses. He knows he's trapped in a loop. He knows his obsession with Bart is fundamentally irrational. He has described this awareness explicitly in moments when the show allows him to be reflective rather than simply threatening. And yet he cannot escape the loop any more than Homer can, or Ned can, or anyone else in Springfield can. The loop holds for the brilliant villain as surely as it holds for the dim hero. Now consider Frank Grimes. Frank Grimes appeared in a single episode in Season 8, in what has since been recognized as one of the show's most philosophically significant installments. He was introduced as a new employee at the nuclear power plant, a man who had worked extraordinarily hard his entire life, born into difficult circumstances, self-educated through dedication and sacrifice, achieving his professional position through genuine effort and merit in circumstances that would have defeated most people. Frank Grimes is, in the simplest terms, what a real person would look like if they actually existed in Springfield. He has no supernatural resilience. He can't survive being shocked. He can't walk away from explosions. He doesn't have access to Homer's physical indestructibility. He has human capabilities and human limitations, and he has used those human limitations as best he can to build a respectable professional life. And Springfield destroys him. His encounter with Homer Simpson is the central mechanism. Frank Grimes looks at Homer's life, at the trajectory of a man who has accomplished nothing through effort, who has stumbled through a career defined by incompetence and disaster, who has nonetheless achieved a comfortable home and a loving family and a stable job and periodic recognition, and Frank Grimes's mind breaks. He cannot process it. He cannot make the math work. A man who does nothing right has everything. A man who has worked every day of his life to do things correctly has nothing that Homer didn't work for. He starts trying to expose Homer. He tries to demonstrate, publicly and demonstrably, that Homer is an incompetent who has been failing at his job for years. He tries to make the people around him see what he sees so clearly, and the people around him cannot see it. They see Homer as Homer, a lovable figure, flawed certainly, but fundamentally harmless and somehow endearing in his specific variety of dysfunction. The evidence Frank Grimes presents doesn't land the way evidence should. The social reality of Springfield absorbs it and produces nothing. Frank Grimes's final breakdown occurs when he decides, in the grip of something that has genuinely started to look like madness, to behave exactly like Homer. To grab wires without protective equipment, to act with Homer's disregard for his own safety. He is electrocuted. He dies. And at his funeral, Homer falls asleep and starts laughing in his sleep, apparently dreaming about something amusing, and the rest of Springfield finds this charming rather than horrifying. Frank Grimes died trying to prove that reality should function the way reality functions. He died trying to demonstrate that competence should be rewarded and incompetence should have consequences. He died because Springfield simply doesn't work that way, and his insistence that it should eventually consumed him. The show called him Frank Grimes, or Grimy as he liked to be called. And the episode established something the show has never entirely taken back, that Springfield is a place where the normal rules of cause and effect, effort and reward, competence and consequence do not consistently apply, where a man who does everything right can die in despair while a man who does everything wrong continues living his comfortable, resettable, fundamentally indestructible life. Frank Grimes is what Springfield does to people who try to make it function correctly. He was the only sane man in the room, and the room killed him for it. The show's history with these kinds of characters, with people who see Springfield clearly and try to change it or expose it, is consistently bleak. Mona Simpson fought back against Burns's weapons program and spent 27 years as a fugitive. The real Seymour Skinner came home after surviving a prisoner of war camp and was put on a train and expelled from his own name. Frank Grimes tried to demonstrate basic professional accountability and was electrocuted. Anyone who insists on the truth, anyone who tries to make Springfield function the way a healthy community should function, ends up removed from the equation by one mechanism or another. The show has been making this observation since its early seasons. Springfield cannot be fixed because Springfield isn't broken in any way that can be repaired. It's operating exactly as designed, as a system that sustains certain people's power and privilege at the cost of everyone else's well-being, and the population inside it is too damaged and too dependent and too collectively committed to the fiction of normalcy to mount any effective challenge. This is where the show becomes something larger than a comedy about a yellow cartoon family. The Simpsons began as a subversive alternative to the idealized American family sitcom. The Cosby Show and Family Ties and all the others that preceded it depicted American family life as fundamentally functional, populated by competent people who navigated difficulties with the support of their intact values and their loving domestic structure. The Simpsons arrived with a very different proposition. Here is a family that is definitively not like those families. Homer is not wise. Bart is not secretly good. Lisa is right about everything, and nobody listens to her. Marge is quietly holding together a household that would dissolve without her constant effort. That subversive premise has been running for 36 years. And across that run, the show has done something the early seasons probably didn't intend. It has built a portrait of American life that is simultaneously funnier and considerably darker than the family sitcoms it was originally subverting. Springfield is full of good people, genuinely good people, people who care about their community and their families and the right things. Ned Flanders is a good person. Marge Simpson is a genuinely good person. Lisa Simpson is trying, against enormous resistance, to be a genuinely good person. The town's population includes doctors and teachers and community members who are, as individuals, decent. But the system they're inside doesn't reward decency. It rewards compliance. It rewards the ability to forget. It rewards the capacity to look at a three-eyed fish and accept the explanation that it's just how things are around here. The individuals aren't the problem. The structure is the problem. And the structure belongs to Burns. The Simpsons has been making this observation about American life since 1989. The nuclear power plant is the economy. Burns is the ownership class. Homer is the worker, dependent and compliant and too damaged to effectively resist. Lisa is the intellectual who sees everything clearly and is dismissed at every turn. Ned is the person of genuine faith whose faith is never answered. Marge is the labor that keeps the entire system functional without receiving credit or compensation proportionate to her contribution. These are not subtle parallels. The show has never been subtle about them. It just presents them through enough comedy and enough cartoon physics that the audience can absorb the observations without having to consciously process what's being said. But if you step back from any individual episode and look at the accumulated portrait of Springfield across 36 seasons, what you see is a deeply considered and remarkably consistent depiction of a specific kind of American community. One that is trapped, not by external force, but by the accumulated weight of its own denial, its own economic dependency, its own collective agreement to maintain the fiction of normalcy against all the evidence that the fiction is exactly that. The show doesn't end. The show can't end, because ending means resolving the tensions that have been building since the first episode, and those tensions don't have the kind of resolution that works within the show's comic framework. Ending means Burns facing consequences. It means Homer gaining genuine clarity about his life. It means Lisa's intelligence being recognized and respected in ways that actually change her circumstances. It means Springfield looking honestly at its contaminated water and its cracked cooling towers and deciding to do something about them. These things can't happen in the show, not because the writers can't imagine them, but because they would change what the show is. They would turn the comedy into something else entirely. So the loop runs, the timeline floats, the fish has 3 eyes, and nobody asks why. And somewhere in Springfield General, if the coma theory is true, a man is dreaming about his family with everything he has, dreaming that they're all still young, still together, still his. Dreaming that the beer is cold and the couch is comfortable, and the kids will still be there when he wakes up, keeping the story running, because the story is the only place he can still find them. Section 13. The supporting characters and the secrets they've been keeping. What 36 years of background details actually adds up to? Springfield is not a small town. The show has introduced hundreds of named characters across its run, built a community so densely populated and so richly detailed that entire books have been written simply cataloging who lives where and what their relationships are. But many of the most interesting revelations in the show's history are hidden in the supporting cast, in the characters who appear regularly but rarely take center stage, in the people the camera moves past on its way to the Simpson family. Chief Clancy Wiggum runs the Springfield Police Department. This fact alone should be alarming. Wiggum is definitively not a competent law enforcement officer. He has been demonstrated, across hundreds of episodes, to be corrupt, lazy, politically compromised, and fundamentally indifferent to any criminal activity that doesn't directly affect him personally. Springfield's justice system is nominally present but effectively non-functional. The police investigate crimes when it's convenient for them to do so. They close cases when any conclusion, becomes available. They are deeply susceptible to the influence of anyone with money or social capital, which in Springfield means primarily Burns. The case of the Burns shooting demonstrated this as clearly as any single event in the show's history. An attempted murder investigation in which the most likely suspect, the man with the most documented grievances against the victim, was essentially cleared by the victim's own testimony from a coma recovery. The investigation didn't follow the evidence. The investigation followed the path of least resistance until it arrived at a conclusion that created the fewest problems for everyone involved. That's the Springfield justice system. It produces conclusions, not resolutions. Doctor. Nick Riviera appears as Springfield's most aggressively unqualified medical professional, a doctor whose catchphrase is a greeting and whose medical decisions have caused, or nearly caused, multiple deaths across the show's run. But Nick exists within a medical establishment that includes other doctors whose competence varies wildly, whose recommendations sometimes defy established medicine, and whose professional independence from Burns's influence is never entirely clear. When Homer had the crayon lodged in his brain and no Springfield doctor ever found it, Was that collective incompetence? Or was it the healthcare system in a company town where the company owner's interests inform what gets found and what doesn't get found during routine examinations? The show doesn't answer this. It raises the question once, in the episode where Homer discovers the crayon and then moves on without following the implication. Groundskeeper Willie operates Springfield Elementary's grounds with a dedication and intensity that borders on personal identity. He came from Scotland, lives in a shed, and is arguably one of the most physically capable people in Springfield. He's also one of the most frequently displaced. Every time the school loses funding or faces administrative disruption, Willie loses his position. His livelihood depends entirely on the stability of an institution that is itself dependent on a municipal budget that Burns's various schemes have repeatedly gutted. Willie knows what it is to be the person whose life falls apart every time Burns decides to extract something from the community. He's lived it, and his response is always to rebuild, return, and resume his role, because the alternative is to have no place in Springfield at all. The town has a monorail. This detail, introduced in a fan-beloved episode in Season 4, is almost universally treated as pure comedy and nothing more. The town was conned into buying a defective monorail by a traveling salesman who exploited the community's money, its civic pride, and its fundamental inability to critically evaluate the promises made to it by someone claiming expertise. Springfield spent money it didn't have on infrastructure it didn't need, because an enthusiastic presentation with a catchy song was more persuasive than due diligence. The monorail storyline isn't just a satire of infrastructure boondoggles, although it's that. It's a demonstration of how Springfield makes collective decisions. Enthusiastically, impulsively, based on emotional appeal rather than careful analysis. The same cognitive vulnerabilities that make the population susceptible to the monorail make them susceptible to everything else they've collectively failed to address. Barney Gumble sits at Moe's bar. For most of the show's run, Barney is a cautionary figure, a man who was apparently on track for a conventional life before alcohol derailed everything. The show occasionally reveals glimpses of the person Barney was or might have been. A promising student, a man with genuine capabilities that he traded away gradually, then rapidly, as his relationship with alcohol deepened. He has moments of recovery, moments of clarity, moments where the person underneath the addiction surfaces briefly, and the show always pulls him back. Barney's presence at Moe's is not incidental. The bar functions as Springfield's primary mechanism for social numbing. It's where the men of Springfield go to not think about the things they're not supposed to think about. It's where Homer goes when domestic reality feels too heavy. It's where Barney lives because living at Moe's is easier than trying to live somewhere else. The bar is the fog, the social institution through which Springfield's male population processes its suppressed awareness that something is wrong and emerges having not actually processed anything. Moe himself is a more complex figure than the show's most superficial episodes suggest. His genuine kindnesses, his rare moments of vulnerability, his evident capacity for care underneath the cynicism and the bitterness, suggest a man who was something different before Springfield's relentless negative reinforcement wore it away. Moe's bar is a monument to the particular kind of despair that comes from having been present for too many things and remembering too many of them. The school, Springfield Elementary, is underfunded, understaffed, and systematically neglected by the same civic and economic forces that neglect everything else in the community. Principal Skinner, whether you call him Skinner or Tamzarian, operates within constraints that make genuine educational improvement nearly impossible. The school's music program has been cut. The arts program has been cut. The physical plant is deteriorating. The teachers range from dedicated to burnt out to actively indifferent, and the system doesn't consistently distinguish between these states. Lisa's intelligence was identified and then essentially ignored by the school. The institution doesn't have the resources or the institutional will to do anything meaningful with a genuinely exceptional student. Lisa continues being exceptional in a school that can't support exceptionalism, surrounded by peers who can't yet understand what she is, within a system that is optimized for producing compliant graduates rather than engaged thinkers. The show has been making this observation about American public education for 36 years, not loudly, not through extended lecture, through the consistent portrait of a school that reflects exactly the priorities of the community funding it and the community funding it has priorities shaped by the same forces that shape everything else in Springfield. And Krusty the Clown, the entertainer who has hosted children's television in Springfield for decades, while operating what is essentially an extended con on his audience. Krusty is many things. He's a genuinely talented performer in the moments when he applies himself. He's a man with a complicated relationship with his own Jewish heritage and his estranged father, a respected rabbi who couldn't reconcile his son's choice of profession with his own values, and whose approval Krusty has spent his career trying to earn. But Krusty is also a man who has been selling products to children that he knows are dangerous, marketing junk food and shoddy merchandise and questionable entertainment to an audience that trusts him because he's been a fixture of their childhood. His eventual moments of genuine warmth toward his audience are real, and so is the exploitation. Krusty represents the entertainment industry's relationship with its audience in miniature. The genuine affection is real. The exploitation is also real. And the two coexist without ever quite resolving, because in Springfield, nothing resolves. Things continue. They accumulate. They layer. And if you look at them long enough, the layers start to form a picture that the show has been building toward since its first episode, without ever explicitly stating what the picture shows. Section 14. The final synthesis: every theory. One town and why we can't leave. What Springfield actually is, and what that means for everyone living in it. We have spent a considerable time in Springfield now. We've examined the evidence that the nuclear power plant has been systematically poisoning the entire town's population since its construction, producing observable biological mutations in every resident, while their billionaire employer manages his own radiation exposure through expensive private medical infrastructure they can't access. We've explored the possibility that the man whose stupidity makes all of this possible has been unconscious in a hospital bed since April 1993, dreaming his family into a permanent present so that they never age and he never has to say goodbye. We've reopened the shooting investigation that was officially closed 30 years ago and found that the evidence the verdict rested on was explicitly described as coincidental by the victim himself. We've traced the medical technology that keeps Burns alive and found that it connects to the same radiation that's poisoning everyone else. We've watched the town vote to criminalize truth. We've followed a baby's 36-year silence and found something extraordinary waiting on the other side of it. We've examined the predictions and found that the most unsettling thing about them isn't that they came true, but that the show shaped the cultural terrain that made them feel inevitable. We've traced 3 generations of a family broken by one man's grudge. We've searched for Springfield on every map and found it on all of them and none of them. We've stared at the floating timeline until it stared back. Every theory in this video is different. Every theory uses different evidence, different logical frameworks, different underlying assumptions about what the show is and what it's trying to say. They don't all agree with each other. Some of them are, on their face, mutually exclusive. Springfield can't be both a contamination zone that genuinely exists and the dream of a comatose man simultaneously. At least not in any simple, direct sense. But every theory, without exception, arrives at the same destination through its own route. Something is wrong in Springfield. Something fundamental, something structural, something that operates below the level of any individual character's awareness and shapes the conditions of every character's life without any of them being fully equipped to perceive it or address it. Whether the cause is radiation or dreams or denial or institutional corruption or simple temporal impossibility, something has broken the rules of how a community should work in this particular town. And the show has been documenting that brokenness since its first episode, not through dramatic revelation or explicit statement, but through accumulation, through the slow, patient layering of detail upon detail across 3.5 decades, until the picture the details compose becomes too dense to dismiss. The radiation theory says the town is sick from the outside in, contaminated by a source it lives next to and can't recognize as dangerous because the contamination has already impaired its capacity for that recognition. The coma theory says the town only exists inside a damaged mind, a beautiful and heartbreaking act of unconscious preservation by a man who loves his family and cannot let go of them even from inside a hospital bed. The collective denial theory says the town is sick from the inside out, choosing the comfortable lie over the inconvenient truth in every specific instance where choosing is required, until the choosing has become so habitual that it no longer registers as a choice. The Burns immortality theory says the town is held in stasis by the persistence of someone who should have died a century ago and whose continued existence ensures that the power structures he built also continue, unchanged and unchallenged. And the prediction theory says the town isn't just Springfield, it's a mirror. It's been showing us ourselves for 36 years, depicting trends and tendencies in American life that we recognized even when they hadn't fully manifested yet, because the show was reading the present accurately and we were watching it read us. All of these theories are saying the same thing in different languages. Springfield is trapped. Not in a way that can be escaped by any individual resident, not through cleverness or virtue or effort or the right conversation at the right time. Trapped by the accumulated weight of the systems it contains, the economic dependency on Burns's plant, the cognitive damage from his contamination, the social infrastructure of collective forgetting, the temporal impossibility that keeps everyone exactly where they were in 1989. And we, the audience, are also trapped. Not by radiation or by anyone else's economic interests, by our own need. The show has given us something we didn't know we needed until it was there and then couldn't imagine being without. A family that never changes in a world that changes constantly. A house that always looks the same. A set of people who know each other completely, who argue and forgive and fall down and get back up and gather in the same living room every week, unchanged and unchangeable, immune to the passage of time that changes everything else we know. We trapped them there. We pressed pause in 1989 when the first episode aired, and the first couch gag played and Homer said something stupid, and Marge looked exasperated and Bart grinned, and Lisa rolled her eyes and Maggie sucked on her pacifier. We decided we wanted this. We decided we needed this specific family in this specific configuration to continue indefinitely, because something about that combination of characters and that house on Evergreen Terrace satisfied a need we carry around without being able to name it. The need to go somewhere that doesn't change. The world changes. Our families change. The people we love grow older. Children we held as babies become teenagers, become adults, become people we recognize with surprise and something that isn't quite grief, but is adjacent to it. The houses we grew up in get sold or renovated or torn down. The neighborhoods that formed us develop into something unrecognizable or decline into something we don't want to look at. The cultural landscape shifts around us whether we move with it or not. And in the middle of all of that change, for 36 years, there has been this place. This specific, impossible, theoretically contaminated, potentially dreamed, definitely strange place where the beer is always cold and the couch always catches the family, and the theme song plays the same way it always has. That's Springfield. That's why we can't leave. Maybe the most honest thing The Simpsons has ever done is stay exactly the same while everything around it changed. Because that stubborn sameness, that refusal to age or end or resolve, functions as something more than entertainment. It functions as a proof of concept, a demonstration that something can persist, that a specific configuration of people and relationships in place can be held intact against the pressure of time, even if only in the fictional space of an animated television series. Even if only in the dream of a man who loved his family enough to dream about them for 30 years rather than risk the world he'd wake up to. Every mystery in the show, every theory, everything hard, every contradiction and impossibility and unexplained element in 36 seasons of accumulated detail, it all comes back to one thing. A family, an imperfect, often chaotic, occasionally heartbreaking, fundamentally loving family who keep sitting on the same couch and keep trying and keep failing and keep finding each other again by the end of every episode. The show will never confirm the coma theory or the radiation theory or any of the other frameworks we've explored. It will keep dropping evidence that supports all of them, and it will keep producing official denials, and it will keep running, adding episodes, adding mysteries, adding new layers to a picture that has been building for longer than most of its viewers have been alive. But the evidence is baked into the structure of the show itself. Every yellow face and every bulging eye and every three-eyed fish and every reset and every impossible survival and every forgotten catastrophe. It's all there, patient and accumulated, waiting for the audience member who decides to actually look. And what they find, when they look, is something the show has been trying to tell them since the very first episode. Springfield isn't just a cartoon town. It's a place where something went wrong a long time ago, in ways nobody fully understood or fully acknowledged. Where the people are trying their best inside a system that was built for someone else's benefit. Where intelligence is punished and compliance is rewarded, and the fish have three eyes, and the billionaire glows in the dark, and the family on Evergreen Terrace just keeps going, episode after episode, year after year, decade after decade, never aging, never ending, never leaving. Because this is what they have. This loop, this house, this couch, this impossible, stubborn, beautiful permanence in the face of everything that should end it. Homer is still at the plant. Marge is still in the kitchen. Bart is still getting into trouble. Lisa is still trying to be heard. Maggie is still watching everything from behind that pacifier, silent and brilliant and waiting, and we're still watching them. We press play every week, we tighten the loop a little more. We make it a little harder for the story to end, because the story ending is the one thing we're not ready for. The theories are real and they're not real. The radiation is evidence and it's also just a cartoon. The coma is devastating, and it's also just a fan theory that Al Jean says isn't true. Springfield is everywhere, and it's nowhere, and it's wherever you grew up if you squint at it from the right angle. And the Simpsons are fiction, and they're also, in whatever way the things we carry in our hearts are real as anything else we've ever loved. That's the show. 36 seasons, nearly 800 episodes. Every theory we've discussed, every mystery, every conspiracy, every buried storyline. All of it pointing at the same couch, the same family, the same impossible town that exists on every map, and none of them. The show keeps running because we keep watching. And we keep watching because somewhere in the part of us that needed it in 1989 and needs it now, Springfield is home. Even if the fish have three eyes, even if the billionaire glows, even if the man at the center of it all has been dreaming this whole time. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield. Wherever you are, whatever time it is where you're watching from, the show is still running, the loop is still floating, and the family on Evergreen Terrace is still exactly where you left them. They always are. That's the whole point. Sleep well. End of script. Section 15. The Secondary Conspiracies. 12 Mysteries. The show opened and never closed. From the B-Sharps to the Bole-Rama, Springfield's Unsolved Files. Springfield has a remarkable talent for introducing a mystery in a single scene, letting it breathe for just long enough that it lodges in the audience's memory, and then walking away from it without ever returning. These aren't the grand theories we've spent the bulk of this exploration on. They're smaller, more specific, and in some ways more unsettling precisely because of how casually the show introduced them and how thoroughly it forgot them. Let's go through 12 of them. The first is the matter of Homer's car. Not the specific vehicle Homer drives in any given episode, but the consistent pattern the show establishes of Homer owning a car that barely functions, that regularly breaks down in ways that should make it unroadworthy, and that somehow returns to service regardless. This would be unremarkable if it weren't for a specific detail the show drops in an early season episode. Homer's car has different dashboard configurations in different episodes. The steering wheel moves. The gear shift changes position. The dashboard layout shifts between scenes in ways that aren't continuity errors, so much as evidence that what Homer is driving may not always be the same car, but the show never acknowledges this, and Homer never appears to notice. Under the radiation theory, Homer's spatial awareness and short-term environmental memory are too compromised for him to reliably recognize when his immediate surroundings have changed. Under the coma theory, Homer's dreaming brain doesn't maintain consistent environmental detail because dreams don't require that consistency. Under either framework, what looks like a production error becomes something else entirely. The second is the tire fire. Springfield has a tire fire. It has had a tire fire, burning continuously for most of the show's run. The fire is located near the center of town. It is visible from multiple points in Springfield, and it has been burning long enough that it appears to be a permanent feature of the local environment rather than an emergency in progress. Nobody is trying to put it out. Nobody is investigating its origin. Nobody appears to consider it abnormal that their town contains a continuously burning pile of tires that has apparently been burning for years. The chemicals released by burning tires include benzene, styrene, butadiene, and a range of other compounds that are carcinogenic, neurologically damaging, or both. The tire fire is not the power plant, but it is an additional source of environmental contamination that the show has been cheerfully including in Springfield's skyline for 3 decades without anyone in the show treating it as a problem that requires resolution. The contamination isn't coming from just one source. The third mystery involves Dr. Nick Riviera's medical credentials. The show has established, through accumulated evidence across dozens of episodes, that Dr. Nick is not a competent physician by any standard definition. His medical procedures are dangerous. His diagnoses are wrong. His prescriptions are inappropriate. He has caused or nearly caused multiple patient deaths, and yet he maintains a practice in Springfield, sees patients regularly, and faces no meaningful professional consequences for his accumulated malpractice. Who is licensing Dr. Nick? What medical board is permitting him to continue practicing? The answer the show implies without stating is that Springfield's medical regulatory infrastructure is as compromised as its environmental regulatory infrastructure for the same underlying reason. When Burns controls the economic conditions in which every institution in Springfield operates, the institutions develop interests aligned with Burns's interests rather than with the interests of the people they nominally serve. The fourth mystery is Apu's visa status. The show established early in its run that Apu Nahasapi Mapetalon immigrated to the United States from India, obtained a PhD from Springfield Heights Institute of Technology, and stayed in Springfield running the Quick E-Mart. Across the show's run, various episodes touched on questions of Apu's immigration documentation, his citizenship, and his status as a resident. The details shifted between episodes. Sometimes he appeared to be a legal permanent resident. Sometimes the show implied his status was more precarious. Sometimes the issue was raised and then dropped without resolution. What the show never fully addressed is how Apu remained in Springfield across decades of episodes, without the immigration questions that were periodically raised ever being definitively resolved. Either he achieved citizenship at some point the show didn't document, or someone with authority in Springfield found it expedient to overlook his paperwork, for reasons the show doesn't examine. In a town where Burns controls much of the economic and political infrastructure, having an arrangement with the convenience store owner who provides Burns and everyone else with late-night access to goods has its obvious utility. The fifth mystery concerns the school's recurring budget crises. Springfield Elementary has undergone financial emergencies with sufficient regularity that they constitute a pattern rather than isolated events. The school loses funding, faces program cuts, manages somehow to keep operating at reduced capacity, and then the crisis resolves off-screen and the school returns to its default condition. The source of the funding crisis is often traceable, directly or indirectly, to Burns's activities. The oil well beneath the school, various schemes that redirected municipal funds, economic disruptions that reduced the tax base the school depends on. But the school's funding never permanently improves. The baseline condition of Springfield Elementary is a facility operating below the threshold of what it needs to do its job properly, and the families whose children attend it accept this as the normal condition of public education in their community, because accepting it is easier than confronting the reason it keeps happening. The sixth mystery involves the specific fate of Homer's car insurance. The show has, across its run, depicted Homer's car being destroyed or severely damaged on dozens of separate occasions. By any reasonable calculation of insurance claims, Homer's coverage should have been canceled years ago. His premiums should be astronomical, and his driving record should make him functionally uninsurable through any legitimate provider. The show occasionally gestures at the insurance implications of Homer's vehicular disasters and then quietly forgets them. This one is small, but it contributes to the picture of Springfield as a community where normal institutional accountability consistently fails to function the way it should. Insurance companies don't cancel Homer. Banks don't foreclose despite Homer's financial chaos. Professional licensing boards don't revoke Homer's various professional licenses despite his consistent and documented incompetence. The systems designed to impose accountability on individual behavior within a community fail at every level in Springfield, and they fail in a direction that consistently benefits the people who should be held most accountable. The seventh mystery is the question of what Springfield's water actually contains. The show established, through the Blinky storyline and through various other environmental references, that the water supply near the power plant is contaminated with radioactive discharge. But the show also established that Springfield's water comes from a reservoir and is distributed through a municipal water system. The question of what the specific contamination of that municipal water supply is, what it contains, what the measured levels of various radioactive and chemical contaminants are, and what the health effects of drinking it over decades would be, is a question the show raises implicitly and never directly addresses. The Springfield Water Department appears in several episodes. It is staffed. It presumably tests the water supply. The question of what those tests show and whether those results are accurately reported to the public is left entirely open. If Burns's influence extends into municipal government, the water department's reporting may reflect Burns's interests rather than accurate contamination data. In a town where the police department is demonstrably compromised and the medical establishment may be looking away from radiation damage in its patients, the water department isn't obviously exempt from the same pattern of institutional capture. The eighth mystery is about the children. Specifically, the consistent pattern of Springfield elementary students who display behavioral and cognitive characteristics that go beyond the ordinary variations of childhood. Ralph Wiggum, the police chief's son, presents cognitive and social development so far outside the typical range that the show uses him primarily as a source of non-sequitur comedy. His statements are disconnected from conversational context. His social reasoning doesn't follow recognizable patterns. The show plays this as charming eccentricity, but within the radiation theory framework, Ralph represents what chronic early childhood exposure to environmental contamination might do to neurological development in a child whose formative years were spent entirely inside Springfield's contamination zone. The ninth mystery concerns the show's relationship with death. Major recurring characters have died on the show and come back. The death of Maud Flanders was treated as permanent and has been referenced consistently since. But other significant moments that should have been permanent have been rolled back or quietly ignored. The show's inconsistent treatment of death, which consequences are permanent and which can be reset, follows no consistently identifiable logic, except, perhaps, the logic of Homer's dreaming brain, which decides what can be recovered from and what must be acknowledged as permanent based on emotional weight rather than narrative logic. Maud's death was too significant for Homer's unconscious mind to simply erase. Other deaths were less central to his emotional world and could be forgotten. The 10th mystery is the question of who built Springfield. The show has, across its run, provided occasional glimpses of Springfield's founding and early history. The town was founded by a person named Jebediah Springfield, whose genuine history turned out to be considerably more complex than the heroic civic mythology suggested. His actual biography, as revealed in an episode where Lisa investigates his legacy, involved frontier violence and moral compromises that the official civic memory had smoothed away. Springfield was built on a historical foundation that was already a lie before Burns added his own layers to it. The civic mythology the town tells about itself is false at the point of origin. The heroic founder is a fabrication. The story the town tells its children about where they come from is false, and the town knows this, briefly, and then agrees to forget it and resume the original mythology. This is the Skinner episode in miniature, a generation earlier. The town was told the truth about its own origin and voted to keep the comfortable lie. The lie became the official history, and the false foundation supports everything built on top of it, all the way down to the cracked cooling towers and the three-eyed fish and the billionaire who has been alive since the 1880s. The 11th mystery is about what happens to the lottery winnings. The state of Springfield, whatever that state is, presumably runs a lottery. Several characters have won lotteries or significant financial prizes across the show's run. The money consistently fails to produce lasting positive change in the winner's life. Homer has come into significant money on multiple occasions, and it has always disappeared, spent, or lost, or simply forgotten by the following episode. This is partly the show's reset mechanism in operation, but it's also a consistent pattern about how money behaves in Springfield. The financial system of the town routes significant resources away from ordinary residents and toward the already wealthy with a consistency that, if it were occurring in reality, would be called by a specific name. The 12th mystery is the most fundamental one. The show has consistently avoided examining directly. How does Springfield actually vote? The town has a mayor, elected in principle by its residents. Mayor Quimby is demonstrably corrupt, personally compromised, and indifferent to the interests of the people who ostensibly elected him. He has been re-elected, implicitly or explicitly, across the show's entire run. The voting population of Springfield keeps returning a corrupt official to power repeatedly, either because they don't know better, or because the alternative is worse, or because the process by which their votes are counted and verified is as compromised as everything else in the town's institutional infrastructure. Burns has bought politicians before, within the show's established canon. He has made the kind of contributions to political careers that produce favorable regulatory environments and look the other way when industrial facilities leak radioactive material into residential water supplies. If Burns's influence extends into the electoral process, Mayor Quimby's continued tenure isn't evidence of voter stupidity. It's evidence of a captured political system that produces the officials its operators require. These 12 mysteries aren't separate from the major theories. They're the texture of those theories, the specific accumulated evidence that the major frameworks were constructed to explain. Take any one of them in isolation, and it's just a funny detail about a cartoon town. Take them together, lay them over the radiation theory and the coma theory and the collective denial framework, and they start to look like the fine grain of a picture that has been building since 1989. Section 16. Burns's Empire. The full reach of one man's control over a community, every institution Burns owns, and everyone who works for him without knowing it. We've talked about Burns throughout this entire exploration, but we haven't yet sat with the full scope of what the show has built around him across 36 seasons. Burns isn't just the owner of a nuclear power plant. He isn't just the employer of a single incompetent safety inspector. Burns is, in every meaningful sense, the infrastructure that Springfield operates on, and most Springfield residents interact with his influence daily without recognizing it as his. Start with the economy. The nuclear power plant is Springfield's primary employer. The show has never provided precise numbers on this, but across the episodes, it's clear that a substantial portion of Springfield's working population is employed either directly at the plant or in industries that depend on the plant's continued operation. The local economy is not diversified in ways that would allow it to function independently of the plant. If Burns shut the facility tomorrow, the economic consequences for Springfield would be severe enough to constitute an existential crisis for the community. This isn't an accident. An economy of dependence is a system of control. Burns doesn't need to threaten his employees individually. He doesn't need to make explicit demands or issue ultimatums. The existence of a community whose livelihood depends entirely on the continued operation of his facility and on his continued willingness to operate it creates exactly the conditions he needs. The town can't challenge him because challenging him risks the plant. The plant being at risk means everyone who depends on it is at risk, and everyone depends on it. This is the structure of a company town. Springfield isn't literally a company town in the traditional historical sense, but it functions like one. Burns is the economic engine, and the entire community has been built around his engine in ways that make removing or challenging that engine tantamount to dismantling the community itself. Now consider the political dimension. Burns has purchased political outcomes in Springfield on multiple occasions with varying degrees of subtlety. He has made contributions to campaigns. He has leveraged his economic power over the municipality to achieve favorable regulatory treatment. He has cultivated relationships with elected officials that ensure his interests are represented in the decisions those officials make. Mayor Quimby is not Burns's puppet in any simple or direct sense. But Mayor Quimby operates within a political environment where Burns's preferences carry enormous practical weight, and the outcomes of Quimby's administration consistently reflect this. The police department's relationship with Burns is documented, if not always explicitly. The investigation of the Burns shooting demonstrated a department capable of reaching whatever conclusions served the immediate institutional need rather than following evidence to its actual destination. A police department that can't or won't investigate the richest man in town is not functionally independent of him, regardless of whether there's a formal relationship or simply an informal understanding of where the department's interests lie. The medical establishment, as we've discussed, presents questions about independence from Burns's influence that the show raises and doesn't answer. The schools depend on municipal funding that Burns's various schemes have repeatedly disrupted. The local media, to the extent Springfield has a local media presence, operates in an environment where challenging Burns carries economic risks that cautious media operations don't take. Every institution that should provide some check on Burns's power in Springfield either directly depends on him, has been compromised by his influence, or exists in a captured regulatory environment that he effectively controls. This isn't a conspiracy that requires coordination. It's the natural outcome of a system where one person controls the economic conditions in which every other system operates. Burns doesn't need to consciously orchestrate the suppression of challenges to his power. The system does it automatically, because the system was built around his power, and every part of it has been adapted to accommodate that power as a baseline condition. But Burns does consciously act to preserve his position. The Mona Simpson story proves this. When a woman destroyed his biological weapons laboratory and then made the mistake of letting him see her face, Burns didn't let it go. He pursued her across decades. He used federal law enforcement as a tool for personal vendetta. He maintained active interest in the whereabouts of a woman who posed no ongoing threat to him beyond the fact that she'd embarrassed him and damaged his property a generation earlier. That level of sustained vindictiveness isn't pragmatic. It's about something else. Burns understands, with the clarity that comes from a century of accumulating power, that the most dangerous thing in the world isn't the person who openly challenges you. It's the person who successfully challenges you and gets away with it. Because if one person successfully challenges you and survives, they prove it can be done. They become evidence that you're not untouchable. They become a story that other people might tell, a story about how someone stood up to Burns and walked away. Burns can't allow that story to circulate. He can't allow the precedent to exist. So Mona Simpson had to remain a fugitive, not because she was an ongoing threat to his operations, but because her existence as a free woman who had successfully damaged his interests without consequence, was intolerable to the logic of his power. The deal with Grandpa Simpson reinforces this pattern. Burns committed a crime. Abe witnessed it. Rather than eliminate the witness, Burns made a deal. Abe gets silence money, paid in the form of guaranteed employment for his son. This is elegant. It converts a potential threat into a dependency. Abe can't expose Burns without exposing the deal. Homer can't confront Burns without understanding the deal, which Homer doesn't have the cognitive capacity to reconstruct from the pieces he has access to. The witness becomes complicit. The complicity is guaranteed through the continuation of the benefit, and the benefit is specifically calibrated to be something Homer depends on completely: his job, his income, his family's economic stability, because Burns understands that the most reliable leash is one the person wearing it holds onto voluntarily. Burns spent a century building a system in which every relationship he has is also a lever, every connection is also a control, and every person who depends on him is also unable to effectively challenge him. The town is the system at scale. Every resident of Springfield is, in the relevant sense, in the same position as Homer in Sector 7G. Too dependent to leave, too exposed to resist, and too cognitively compromised by the contamination that dependence produces to fully understand their own situation. Section 17. The emotional geography of Springfield. What the show was always really about. Love, loss, and the specific weight of being Homer Simpson. Through everything we've explored, through the radiation and the coma and the shooting and the immortality and the denial and the timeline and the predictions, there's something that operates underneath all of it. Something that the theories point toward without quite naming. The Simpsons is, at its deepest level, a show about love. About imperfect, frequently expressed in wrong ways, sometimes barely visible but always present love. Homer's love for his family is the emotional engine that every other element of the show runs on. It's often buried under incompetence and selfishness and stupidity and poor decision-making. But it's there, in every episode, in the way he always comes back, always tries again, always finds his way to the moment where the warmth underneath everything else surfaces and reminds you of what the show is actually about. Marge's love for Homer is the structural load-bearing element that the whole family's functioning depends on. Not passive love, not resigned love. Active, effortful, sometimes exhausted but never abandoned love for a man who doesn't make that love easy and who probably doesn't fully understand what it costs her to maintain it. Marge has had moments across the show's run where she has seen clearly what her life looks like from the outside and chosen it anyway. That choice, made with full awareness, is arguably the most courageous thing any character in Springfield does. Bart and Homer have the most combustive relationship in the family. Homer's response to Bart is often strangulation, which the show plays for laughs and which within the coma theory becomes something considerably more complex. Homer's unconscious anger at his son for being the person who put him in this state, playing out in the dream as physical comedy. But underneath the strangulation is the same thing underneath everything else in Homer's relationship with his family. A love so fundamental that even his dreaming mind, even the damaged and deteriorating brain generating all of this from a hospital bed, can't cut it out or reduce it or let it go. Lisa is Homer's greatest mystery. She's the version of his children he understands least and loves most completely. He doesn't follow her arguments. He doesn't grasp her interests. He doesn't know how to meet her on her own intellectual and emotional terms. And he loves her with a completeness and a tenderness that the show consistently captures in the spaces between the comedy, in the moments where Homer's genuine feeling for his daughter surfaces without any comic mediation to soften it. The Lisa's wedding episode, the flash forward to a future Lisa, is the show's clearest articulation of what Homer's love for his daughter actually looks like. In that episode, set in a future where Lisa is an adult about to be married, Homer and Lisa have a conversation that is as emotionally direct as anything the show has produced. Homer expresses his love, imperfectly and verbosely, in all the wrong ways, with all the wrong emphasis, and the emotion underneath it is absolutely clear. It's one of the most moving scenes in the show's history, specifically because Homer is so bad at expressing it and so completely full of it. Maggie receives Homer's love in the most primal form. She's the youngest. She's the most vulnerable, at least in appearance. She's the one Homer can hold in his arms and feel most completely like a father. The episode where Homer learns that Maggie's first word was daddy, the one word she ever says, is the episode that established the emotional coordinates of their relationship. She knows who he is, she called for him, and in the world where Homer is a comatose man in a hospital, that single word is the most important thing his dreaming mind has ever given him. The Springfield community's failure to work properly doesn't diminish the love within the family. It contextualizes it. The radiation and the contamination, and Burns's control, and the collective denial, and all of it, it's the world the family has to love each other inside of, and the family does it anyway. Homer does it anyway, in whatever condition his brain is in, dreaming or waking or somewhere between. He keeps choosing his family. He keeps choosing Marge over the thing that seemed easier. He keeps choosing Bart over the frustration. He keeps choosing Lisa over the incomprehension. He keeps choosing Maggie by simply being there, by coming home, by keeping the house the same and the couch in its place and the beer in the fridge. This is why the theories, even the darkest of them, don't ultimately diminish the show. They add layers to it. They add depth to what the surface presents as a comedy. Because if Homer is dreaming, the dream is a love letter, and if the town is poisoned, the family loves each other inside the poison. And if the timeline is frozen, it's frozen because we couldn't let this particular love story end. That's Springfield. That's the show. That's what every theory, and every mystery, and every conspiracy, and every buried storyline has been circling around for 36 years without ever quite saying directly. A family that loves each other. In a broken town, in a poisoned world. Against all the evidence that love is enough. Still at it. Still trying. Still finding each other on the couch at the end of every episode. And somewhere, if the coma theory is true, a man is dreaming all of this from a hospital bed, holding the only thing he ever really wanted, his family, all together. Everyone accounted for. Section 18. The tonal evolution of Springfield. How the show changed and what that change reveals. From grounded family drama to cosmic absurdism. A history of one man's deteriorating dream. The shift in tone that The Simpsons underwent across its run has been debated so extensively that the debate itself has become part of the show's cultural legacy. Discussions of when the show is good, when it stopped being good, what constitutes the golden age versus the decline, these have occupied a significant portion of Simpsons fan discourse for more than 2 decades. But most of these debates treat the tonal shift as a quality judgment. The early seasons were better because the writing was better, the characters were more consistent, the emotional grounding was more reliable. The later seasons drifted because the writers got lazy or complacent or ran out of stories to tell. The coma theory offers a different framework for understanding the shift, one that treats it not as a quality judgment but as a description of a process. Seasons 1 through 4. A world that operates according to recognizable, grounded human logic, economic anxiety, marital tension, academic failure. The kinds of challenges that real families navigate in real time. Season 4, Episode 18. A vending machine falls on Homer Simpson. Seasons 5 onward. A world that operates according to dream logic, escalating improbability. Celebrity encounters. International adventures. Impossible survivals. The gradual replacement of recognizable human challenges with scenarios that couldn't occur in any unaltered version of the world. This isn't a coincidence overlaid on the coma theory. It's the core of it. The dreaming brain initially generates experiences that closely resemble waking life because it has recent, strong memories of waking life to draw from. The first few years of Homer's coma, rendered in the show's narrative as seasons 5 and 6 and 7, still retain significant connection to the emotional and situational textures of the pre-coma seasons. The stakes still feel real. The characters' relationships still feel grounded in something. As the years pass, as the brain's connection to its most recent waking memories weakens, and the damage from the coma itself accumulates, the dream becomes less tethered to the logic of the world Homer knew. The scenarios become more extreme. The stakes become more cosmic. The consequences become less consistent, because the dreaming brain has lost the ability to maintain consistent causal chains across episodes. This is not a failure of writing. It's a symptom of neurological deterioration. The much-discussed flanderization of characters, the process by which complex, nuanced early-season characters became increasingly one-dimensional versions of their most superficial traits in later seasons, follows the same pattern. Homer becomes stupider. Ned becomes more obsessively religious. Burns becomes more cartoonishly evil. The characters flatten because the dreaming mind's ability to maintain the full complexity of people it knew is eroding. What it retains are the most dominant features, the most emotionally significant surface characteristics, the traits that were always most present in Homer's perception of these people. The depth beneath those traits, the complexity that made the early characterization so compelling, gets lost as the neurons maintaining it deteriorate. The result is a show that looks increasingly like a simplified projection of itself, a dream based on a memory of a dream. Even the show's famous callbacks to its own history, the moments in later seasons where the show references its own earlier episodes or calls back to jokes from seasons ago, fit this pattern. A dreaming brain searching for material, for familiar territory, returns to its own memory of the dream. It recycles elements that were well established in earlier stages, because those elements are more thoroughly encoded than the newer material generated by a deteriorating neural architecture. The show's self-referentiality in its later seasons isn't just nostalgia baiting by a writer's room aware of its own legacy. It's a dreaming mind returning, again and again, to the parts of itself it remembers most clearly. What do we make of the show's best late-season episodes? The genuinely excellent installments that appear even in seasons critics have largely written off? Under the coma theory, these are the moments when Homer's dreaming mind achieves a clarity and coherence that it can no longer sustain across an entire season, but can still access briefly. The dream doesn't deteriorate uniformly. It deteriorates in the way all biological processes deteriorate, unevenly, with moments of unexpected capability scattered through the general decline. The best late-season Simpsons episodes are Homer's clearest moments. The ones where whatever is still functioning in his unconscious mind assembles something that approaches the quality of the world he remembered. They're rarer than they were, but they're still there, because even a brain that's losing its structure is still Homer's brain, still capable, in its best moments, of constructing something that looks like the world he loved. Section 19. The secondary characters who became more important than the show realized. Milhouse, Nelson, Comic Book Guy, and the people in Springfield's margins. Every long-running show develops characters whose intended purpose as minor recurring figures becomes, over time, something considerably more complex. The extended run creates enough accumulated detail around them that they develop a kind of unintended depth, a biographical weight that the show didn't plan for but can't now pretend isn't there. Milhouse Van Houten is Bart's best friend. He occupies a specific narrative function in the show's structure. The the person who loves Bart unconditionally and is consistently, somewhat comically, not quite Bart's equal. He's less cool, less confident, less naturally competent at the things Springfield's social hierarchy rewards. He's also, the show demonstrates repeatedly, genuinely kind. More consistently emotionally honest than almost anyone else in his age group. More capable of recognizing and expressing real feeling than Bart himself, who has spent his entire depicted life constructing an armor of attitude against exactly that kind of vulnerability. The Milhouse and Lisa storyline, running as a recurring undercurrent across many seasons, is one of the show's most fully realized emotional arcs. Milhouse loves Lisa. Lisa is aware of this and perpetually doesn't reciprocate in the way Milhouse wants. The dynamic shifts and evolves across episodes. It's more honest about the specific pain of unrequited adolescent feeling than most shows aimed at adult audiences manage to be. And it runs without resolution, because Springfield doesn't allow resolution, because the characters don't age, because the arc can never complete. If the floating timeline ever did land, if Milhouse and Lisa were allowed to actually grow up, the show would have to decide what happened to this particular thread. Whether it eventually became something else, or stayed as it was, or ended in the specific sadness of two people who might have been something to each other and ran out of time at the right angle. The show can't go there. The timeline won't permit it. So Milhouse remains perpetually on the threshold of something the story won't let him have. Nelson Muntz is the school bully in name and in the most surface-level behavioral description. But the show has also, across many seasons, built Nelson a backstory so thoroughly bleak that it's remarkable the show has him function primarily as a source of comedy. His mother is absent or indifferent. His father is absent or absent. He lives, for significant periods of the show's history, essentially alone, in a house that may or may not be adequately stocked with food, looking after himself with the practical competence of a child who has never been able to rely on adults to do it for him. Nelson is funny in the way that people who have had to develop armor very early are sometimes funny. His laugh, the distinctive ha-ha deployed at others' misfortune, is the sound of someone who learned early that the world doesn't owe anyone anything and has decided that the safest response to this is to find it amusing. The humor is real. And underneath it is a kid who has never had what the Simpsons, for all their chaos, demonstrably have: people who come home. Comic book guy, whose actual name the show eventually revealed to be Jeff Albertson, is the show's most comprehensive portrait of a certain kind of person who uses elaborate and specific knowledge as insulation against the world. His encyclopedic knowledge of comic books, science fiction, and popular culture serves as a buffer between himself and a community that doesn't share his interests and wouldn't particularly value them if it did. He's condescending because condescension is a defensive posture for someone who has found that everything he values most is consistently dismissed by the people around him. He's also, intermittently, the show's most honest character about his own situation. Moments where comic book guy acknowledges the gap between what he wanted from life and what he has are among the show's most quietly affecting bits of characterization. He knows what he is. He's made peace with it, in the specific way that people make peace with situations they can no longer change. That peace isn't happiness. It's a managed relationship with unhappiness. Under the radiation theory, comic book guy's obsessive, repetitive engagement with very specific subject matter could be understood as a behavioral adaptation to neurological damage that has affected his ability to form new memory but left intact his capacity for deep engagement with established material. Under the coma theory, he's a background character whose extreme specificity reflects Homer's limited but detailed impression of him. The man at the comic book store, the man who always has an opinion about pop culture, the man whose defining characteristics are so vivid they're easy for a dreaming mind to maintain even as other details fade. Under any framework, he's one of the show's most human characters in the most straightforward sense. A person who wanted something, didn't get it, and built a life around what was available instead. Sideshow Bob, as we discussed, represents the show's most fully realized secondary villain arc. But his secondary family, Francesca and Bart Jr., represent a road not taken that the show gestured toward and then largely abandoned. The possibility that Sideshow Bob might have been able to leave his obsession behind through becoming genuinely responsible for someone else, through fatherhood, was introduced and then allowed to dissipate without the show ever committing to what it meant. That road not taken is itself a kind of Simpsons mystery. The show built the elements of a redemption arc for its most thoroughly developed villain and then declined to complete it, because completing it would remove him from the function he serves in the show's structure. The villain had to stay the villain. The loop required it. Groundskeeper Willie, as noted earlier, is the character most directly buffeted by the same economic forces that affect every ordinary Springfield resident, but who experiences those forces more acutely because he has fewer resources to absorb their impacts. Every time the school budget is cut, Willie loses his job. Every time the school is rebuilt or refunded, Willie returns. His life is structured entirely around the school's economic stability, which is itself structured around a municipal budget vulnerable to exactly the kinds of disruptions Burns repeatedly causes. Willie is the most direct measure of what Burns's economic schemes cost ordinary people. Not the major events, not the dramatic crises, but the quiet accumulation of lost jobs and rebuilding and lost jobs again that constitutes the actual lived experience of economic precarity in a company town. And then there's Patty and Selma, Marge's sisters, the show's most sustained portrait of the specific weight of disappointment. Two women who wanted lives different from the ones they have, who measure their choices against the life Marge chose and find their comparison either unfavorable or self-justifying depending on the episode. Their relationship with Homer is one of the show's most consistent running dynamics, a genuine deep antipathy that is also, when you look at it directly, a form of recognition. They see Homer clearly, perhaps more clearly than anyone, because they've watched him from outside the love that makes Marge's perception of him necessarily partial. They are who they are because Springfield is what it is, and time didn't move and choices that seemed reversible turned permanent while nobody was looking. They're the version of the Springfield story that the floating timeline tells about the people who aren't in the spotlight. They chose, or drifted into, a configuration of life. And the timeline's refusal to move means there's no later chapter, no second act, no revision. Just Patty and Selma, with their cigarettes and their morose television habits, and their genuine love for Marge, and their genuine inability to tolerate what Marge chose, fixed in place exactly where the timeline locked them. Section 20. The longest-running show, and the question it still hasn't answered. What 36 seasons finally adds up to? The Simpsons will eventually end. Everything ends. Whatever the specific circumstances that bring the show to a conclusion, whatever combination of declining viewership and contractual complications and the general entropy of institutional structures eventually produces the final episode, at some point the credits will roll on an episode that is in fact the last one. When that happens, the questions the show has raised and never answered will become permanently unanswered. The mysteries will close by default rather than by resolution. The theories will remain theories, neither confirmed nor definitively disproven, preserved in the amber of the show's accumulated mythology. Or perhaps the writers will actually do it. Perhaps the final episode of The Simpsons will be the one that breaks the loop, that lets the timeline land, that shows us Bart as a teenager and Lisa as a college student, and Maggie actually speaking in full sentences, and Homer sitting in a chair that has aged with him. Perhaps the final episode will be the one where Homer wakes up. The coma theory, if the production team ever decided to honor it, offers the most emotionally complete ending the show could have. Homer opens his eyes in a hospital room. The year is whenever the episode airs. Marge is beside him, older than she was in the dream, the Marge of now rather than the Marge of 1993. His children are wherever they are, doing whatever they're doing, whatever the actual shape of their lives turned out to be in the decades Homer missed. The dream is over, and Homer has to decide whether to open his eyes or close them again. The show has never been braver than it would have to be to attempt that ending. It would require committing to the theory that the production team has spent years deflecting and denying. It would require showing the audience something that fundamentally recontextualizes everything they've watched. It would require treating its own mythology seriously enough to bring it to a conclusion, rather than simply stopping. Whether it will do any of that is something only the future knows, but here's what we know now. The show has, across 36 seasons and nearly 800 episodes, built something that resists simple categorization. It's a comedy. It's also an elegy. It's a cartoon about a yellow family. It's also the most sustained portrait of American community life in the history of television. It's a show that makes you laugh. It's also a show that, if you look at it long enough, makes you think about what it means to be trapped by the things you love, to be frozen in place by your own needs, to be kept in a loop that you can see clearly but can't exit, because exiting would mean leaving behind everything that makes the loop worth running. The radiation is real in the show's universe. The coma might be real, the denial is definitely real. Burns is real, the three-eyed fish is real, the cracked cooling towers are real. The town that forgets everything is real. The family that loves each other inside all of it is real. All of it is real in Springfield. And Springfield is everywhere and nowhere, and wherever you grew up if you squint. The show keeps running because we keep watching. The loop holds because we hold it. And every time we tune in, every time we press play, we go home to Evergreen Terrace, to the house on the corner, to the family that never changes, in the town that never ages, in the show that refuses to end. And maybe that's enough. Maybe that's exactly what it was always supposed to be. Not a mystery that gets solved. Not a conspiracy that gets exposed. Not a dream that finally wakes up. Just a family, on a couch, in a house that looks the same as it always did. Homer stumbles through the door. Marge is in the kitchen. Bart is up to something. Lisa is playing her saxophone. And Maggie is watching all of it with those enormous, knowing eyes. Behind that pacifier, behind 36 years of deliberate silence, waiting for the moment that feels right, which is every moment, which is all of them, which is this one. Sleep well. Springfield will still be here when you wake up. It always is. End of complete script. Section 21. The episodes that were never just episodes, deep readings of 12 key installments. What the show was actually saying when it said something else. Some episodes of The Simpsons have been analyzed more than others. The great episodes of the Golden Age get revisited constantly. But there's a tier of episodes that haven't received the same critical attention despite containing some of the show's most unguarded moments. The episodes where the show said something true about its characters or its world that it didn't intend to, where the subtext surfaced so completely that it became text for anyone paying close enough attention. Let's work through 12 of them. The first is Homer Loves Flanders from Season 5. The premise involves Homer and Ned spending extended time together, developing what amounts to a genuine friendship, and the comedy arising from the discomfort this creates in both characters. Homer, who has spent years treating Ned with dismissive hostility, discovers that Ned is actually someone he enjoys spending time with. Ned, who has conditioned himself to absorb Homer's hostility with patient grace, doesn't know how to process Homer's sudden warmth. The episode plays this for laughs, and the laughs work. But what the episode actually demonstrates is something uncomfortable about both characters. Homer's default hostility toward Ned isn't really about Ned. It's about what Ned represents, the version of a life Homer didn't build. The successful family, the maintained house, the managed finances, the physical health. Ned's existence is a constant implicit comparison that Homer, without the cognitive resources to process complex emotional dynamics, transforms into antagonism because antagonism is simpler than confronting the comparison. When Homer and Ned become genuinely friendly, when the defense mechanism drops, what emerges is the relationship that should probably be the primary male friendship in both their lives. Two neighbors who actually like each other. The episode reveals this and then resets it, because the show needs the dynamic of Homer and Ned as incompatible neighbors more than it needs the truth of their potential friendship. The second is Bart the General from Season 1, which is technically too early to be a hidden subtext episode since the show was still establishing its characters. But it contains the clearest early statement of something the show spent years developing more quietly. The institutional failure of Springfield systems when they're needed by children. Bart faces sustained bullying from Nelson Muntz. He seeks help from the adults around him and is consistently failed by them. His father's advice is actively counterproductive. The school's administration is either incapable or unwilling to intervene effectively. The police, in the person of Chief Wiggum, are present in the episode as background detail that does nothing. Bart ultimately resolves the situation by organizing other kids, by building a coalition outside the adult institutional structures that failed him. He solves the problem the institutions couldn't solve by going around them entirely. This is, in miniature, the political philosophy of the early Bart Simpson character. Not anarchism, exactly. More specifically, a reasoned conclusion that the systems designed to help him don't reliably help him, and that his own resources and relationships are more dependable than any official structure. This was a reasonable conclusion for Bart Simpson to reach in Springfield, and it's a conclusion the show endorsed in its early seasons before the character's edges were softened. The third is Stark Raving Dad from Season 3, in which Homer is briefly committed to a mental health facility after being required to wear a pink shirt to work, which the facility's intake form interprets as an expression of some psychological instability. At the facility, Homer meets a large white man who claims to be Michael Jackson and who eventually helps Bart write a birthday song for Lisa. The episode is generally discussed in terms of its remarkable guest performance. The voice was provided by Michael Jackson himself, uncredited, under a pseudonym, and its effective emotional climax, when Bart's birthday song actually moves Lisa despite everything. But the episode also contains a specific piece of observation about mental health and institutional response in Springfield. Homer was committed not because he was actually in crisis. He was committed because wearing a non-standard shirt was flagged as symptomatic by a screening tool that wasn't designed to distinguish between eccentricity and genuine distress. Springfield's mental health system responded to the wrong signal and committed the wrong person. Meanwhile, the actual mental health concerns in the show's universe, Ned Flanders' suppressed rage, Homer's grief over his mother's absence, the accumulated trauma of multiple characters, the show's regular depictions of characters in genuine psychological distress, these are consistently not addressed by any institutional mental health infrastructure. The system committed Homer for a pink shirt. The system institutionalized Ned after a hurricane. The system has never, across 36 seasons, actually helped anyone navigate their actual psychological situation with competence or consistency. The fourth is Marge versus the Monorail from Season 4, the episode often cited as one of the show's best and the one that introduced the monorail to Springfield's civic mythology. The episode's comedy is built around the specific vulnerability of communities to confident salesmanship and civic pride, and it remains one of the most precise satirical observations the show has ever made about how public decisions get made badly. But the detail the comedy overshadows is Marge's role in the episode. Marge is the character who investigates. She's the character who finds the evidence of the salesman's fraud. She's the character who goes to the small town that was previously victimized and discovers the pattern. And she is consistently, throughout the episode, unable to make the decision-makers around her take her evidence seriously until circumstances force the issue by almost ending in disaster. Marge's intelligence and groundedness, her capacity for the kind of careful investigation that produces actual usable information, is throughout the episode treated as a source of mild comic inconvenience by the people around her. The town nearly suffers a catastrophic monorail failure because the person with the correct analysis was not taken seriously until nearly too late. This pattern, Marge's competence being dismissed until it's urgently needed, runs through the show's entire history. Marge is consistently the most reliably correct character in the show's universe. And she is consistently underestimated by a community that values Homer's enthusiastic blundering over her careful assessment. The fifth is Homer's enemy, the Frank Grimes episode we discussed earlier, which we've already analyzed at length. But there's one aspect of it worth returning to in this context. The episode's final scene, Homer asleep at Grimes's funeral, laughing in his sleep, functions as the show's most explicit self-critique. Homer is laughing about something pleasant while the man who tried to hold him accountable is being buried. The show is showing you, as directly as it ever has, that there are no consequences for Homer, that the world of the show is not designed to impose consequences on the character it centers, and the audience laughs. Because Homer falling asleep and laughing at a funeral is funny, and the show knows you're going to laugh. And the show is also showing you, in real time, that you're doing exactly what Springfield does, choosing the laugh over the discomfort of what the laugh is avoiding. The sixth episode worth examining in this context is Lisa's Substitute from Season 2, which may be the single best episode about education, intellectual isolation, and the specific experience of being genuinely gifted in an environment not equipped to support giftedness that American television has produced. Lisa's substitute teacher, Mr. Bergstrom, is the only adult in the show's early seasons who sees Lisa completely and responds to what he sees with appropriate recognition and encouragement. He's brilliant, warm, funny, completely in command of his classroom, and entirely capable of reaching every student at their actual level. He is, in other words, exactly the kind of teacher the show's education system is designed to make it impossible to retain. He leaves at the end of the episode because he's a substitute. The school system's structural dysfunction, its inability to retain and support competent teachers, removes the one person who could have made a lasting positive difference to Lisa's experience of education. And Lisa's grief at his departure is the episode's emotional center. It's the grief of a child who briefly glimpsed what learning could feel like and then watched it leave because the institution couldn't keep it. The note, Mr. Bergstrom leaves her when she asks who she should turn to when the world feels incomprehensible, is one of the show's most quoted bits of writing. Lisa Simpson. He tells her the person she can always rely on is herself. And this is both inspiring and heartbreaking in equal measure, because it's true, and it's also evidence that he's the last adult she'll reliably be able to count on in Springfield. The seventh is Duffless from Season 4, in which Homer gives up beer for a month. The episode is a comedy about addiction and withdrawal, played largely for laughs while Homer cycles through the misery of not being able to drink. But it also contains the show's most clear-eyed portrait of what Marge's daily experience of being married to Homer looks like. During the month Homer doesn't drink, Marge discovers that she has a significantly better quality of life. Homer is more present, more attentive, more capable of basic shared life participation when he's not spending his evenings at Moe's. The Marge the episode shows us is a woman who has been managing around Homer's drinking for so long that she's stopped seeing the management as management. It's just her life. And when the thing she's been managing around temporarily disappears, the revelation of how different things could be is almost overwhelming. The episode ends with Homer returning to beer, and Marge watching him do it with an expression that is, if you look at it without the comedy softening the edges, the expression of a person making peace with a choice they've made, not a resigned acceptance. An active decision to continue loving someone who is going to keep being who he is because the love is more important than the cost, and she knows this, and she's choosing it with open eyes. The eighth is Burns Verkaufen der Kraftwerk, the Season 3 episode in which German investors purchase the nuclear power plant, and Homer and his colleagues navigate the transition. We've discussed the Homer gets fired element in the context of Burns's deliberate strategy, but the episode also contains something else worth examining: the investors' genuine intention to run the facility responsibly. The Germans who purchase the plant are not cartoon villains. They're competent, well-intentioned business people who look at the Springfield plant, assess its condition, and conclude that fixing it properly is the right thing to do. They identify the violations. They calculate the remediation costs. They intend to actually comply with the safety standards that Burns has been ignoring for decades. And the episode treats this as a negative development for Springfield. The town doesn't rally around the prospect of a properly run facility. The existing employees, conditioned by years of working for Burns, resist the change. The familiar dysfunction is more comfortable than the unfamiliar competence. And Burns eventually buys the plant back not because the Germans made any mistakes, but because they discovered the truth of the plant's condition and couldn't afford to deal with it. The episode inadvertently demonstrates that Springfield's acceptance of Burns's facility isn't just passive resignation. It's active preference for the familiar arrangement over the potentially better one. The town has been in its particular relationship with Burns long enough that the relationship has become the baseline, the thing measured against, rather than the aberration it should be measured against a functioning standard. The ninth is Summer of 4 Feet, 2 from Season 7, in which the family vacations at a beach house and Lisa attempts to reinvent herself socially by abandoning her established identity and presenting herself as someone different. She succeeds briefly at building new friendships with local kids who don't know her. I don't know the Lisa who is always the smartest person in the room and always insisting on things that make other people uncomfortable. The episode's resolution involves Bart sabotaging her social reinvention by bringing evidence of who she really is, the trophies and the spelling bee medals, and the intellectual identity she was trying to leave behind. And the new friends accept her anyway. The episode is supposed to be a resolution in which Lisa's authentic self is embraced. But the episode also shows, almost inadvertently, that Lisa's authentic self requires a significant act of grace from people who encountered it without the years of social conditioning that make Springfield's residents respond to it with dismissal. The new friends accept Lisa not because they've always known her and come to appreciate her, but because they met her without preconceptions and were able to respond to her as she actually is. Which means the problem with Lisa's experience in Springfield isn't Lisa. It's the accumulated weight of the community's history with her, the years of dismissal that have calcified into a social expectation that Lisa will be too much for people to handle. She could have exactly the friendship she wants if the people around her could encounter her fresh, but they can't, because Springfield doesn't let you encounter anyone fresh. The history accumulates, and the history is what people respond to. The 10th is Lisa the Simpson from Season 9, in which Lisa discovers what she believes is evidence of a Simpson genetic trait that causes intelligence to decline with age. She panics. She believes she is fated to become stupid. The episode resolves by revealing that the genetic trait only affects male Simpsons, and a gathering of female Simpsons on Patty and Selma's side reveals a collection of accomplished, intelligent, professionally successful women. Lisa's future is safe. The episode is played as reassuring. But sitting with it, the resolution is also somewhat troubling. The female Simpsons are accomplished, and they all live far from Springfield. They left. The path to a fulfilled life for an intelligent woman in Lisa's genetic family involved leaving the town, leaving the family configuration, breaking the loop. None of the successful female Simpsons is at the gathering because she built a successful life in Springfield. They're there because they got out. The implicit message underneath the comedy is that Lisa's future, if it resembles those women, involves eventual departure. And departure means the end of the family as it exists on Evergreen Terrace. The loop can only hold if Lisa stays. And staying might mean becoming less than she could be. The 11th is the episode Bart the Genius from the very beginning of the show's run, which reveals, through Bart's experience of being placed in a school for gifted students, that intelligence as an identity is a trap as well as a gift. Bart doesn't actually belong there. He cheated his way in, and his experience in the gifted school, the social pressure, the expectation, the identity of being seen as exceptional, is deeply uncomfortable for him in ways that illuminate why Bart has always been more invested in performing rebellion than in discovering what he might actually be good at. Bart's resistance to academic engagement isn't simply laziness or anti-authoritarian posturing, although it's both of those. It's also a defensive maneuver against a specific kind of vulnerability. To care about academic success is to be open to academic failure. To try is to risk not being good enough. Bart has constructed an identity around not trying because not trying is the only reliable protection against that particular failure. Bart's underachievement is, in this reading, an elaborate anxiety management system, which means Bart and Lisa, who seem completely opposite in their relationship to learning, are actually responding to the same fundamental vulnerability in the same fundamental way, just in different directions. Lisa throws herself at it entirely. Bart refuses to engage at all. Both of them are trying to protect themselves from the same thing. And Springfield, with its comprehensive failure to provide the conditions in which either of them can safely develop, has ensured that both protective strategies will be needed indefinitely. The 12th is one last note about Rosebud from Season 5, the episode in which Burns attempts to recover his childhood teddy bear, Bobo. The episode is widely praised and widely analyzed as a humanization of Burns, a moment where the show reveals the small, lonely child underneath the century of accumulated power and cruelty. Burns had something he loved, he lost it, and he never stopped wanting it back. But Rosebud also contains something it doesn't announce. The episode depicts Burns's childhood, briefly in flashback. Young Charles Montgomery Burns, small and vulnerable, with his bear. Before the power, before the fortune, before the century of cultivated ruthlessness. A child who had one thing he loved. And then the show tells you, through the narrative, that the child who had one thing he loved grew into the man who took everything else from everyone around him. The connection between the two isn't stated, but it's there. Burns's bottomless appetite for acquisition, for control, for the hoarding of resources and power isn't the expression of a person who always wanted everything. It might be the expression of a person who had one thing, lost it, and decided to take everything else available to prevent ever feeling that particular loss again. Losing Bobo didn't make Burns cruel, but it might have made him understand that things can be taken from you, that having something you love makes you vulnerable, and that the only protection against that vulnerability is to become the person who takes, rather than the person from whom things are taken. Burns is terrible. The show doesn't ask us to forgive him. But Rosebud offers a glimpse of the moment before the terribleness calcified into its final form. And the glimpse is sad, in the way that origin stories for genuine damage are always sad, not sympathetic. Sad. Two different things. Section 22. Springfield's religion, mythology, and the show's sustained uncertainty about the divine. God talks to Homer, angels appear in parking lots, and the universe doesn't make sense. The Simpsons has a god. This is not metaphorical. Within the show's universe, God is a character, a presence with a face and a voice and opinions about Homer Simpson, a divine entity who has had actual conversations with the show's protagonist on multiple occasions. God exists in Springfield as certainly as Burns does, or Ned does, or anyone else. The show's treatment of religion and divinity is one of its most consistently interesting and most consistently underexamined aspects. The show takes religion seriously, or at least it takes the questions religion addresses seriously, while refusing to take any specific religious institution entirely seriously. Ned Flanders' faith is treated with genuine respect as a personal conviction, even as the show repeatedly demonstrates the limitations and contradictions of institutional religion as Ned practices it. Homer's relationship with God is chaotic and irregular, and produces results that suggest the divine is either extremely responsive to Homer specifically, or operating according to logic that conventional theology doesn't capture. In Homer the Heretic, God visits Homer, and the conversation the two of them have is extraordinary in its specificity. God answers Homer's questions. God admits to having made certain mistakes. God expresses something resembling fondness for Homer. And God tells Homer that his time is coming, 6 months before the coma. This single episode does more to establish the show's theological universe than any other installment. It confirms that God exists, that God engages personally with individual human beings, or at least with Homer specifically, and that God's engagement with Homer includes awareness of Homer's future in ways that suggest either foreknowledge or something like planning. God told Homer that his time was coming. The coma arrived on schedule. Either God was warning Homer, giving him advance notice of what was about to happen, or God was describing a timeline that God had some role in creating. Neither interpretation is obviously comfortable. A God who warns you about your impending coma without giving you enough information to prevent it. A God who arranges for the impending coma and then mentions it conversationally 6 months in advance. Both versions of the divine revealed in that conversation are considerably stranger and considerably harder to categorize than the God of any conventional theological framework. The show has also depicted angels, direct, unambiguous, non-ironic angelic presences that appear in parking lots and similar mundane locations in Springfield, interacting with characters without anyone treating this as particularly remarkable. The ease with which Springfield's residents absorb supernatural visitors without sustained amazement or investigation is consistent with the broader pattern of the town absorbing remarkable things and forgetting them by the following episode. But it also suggests that Springfield's relationship with the supernatural is different from the standard relationship of a supposedly realistic community. The supernatural isn't intrusive in Springfield. It fits. Divine presences arrive and depart with the same matter-of-fact quality as the mailman. This might be because Springfield's reality has already been so thoroughly warped by the contamination or by the dream logic of Homer's coma that the boundary between the natural and the supernatural is thinner there than it would be anywhere else. Ned's faith, operating within this context, is simultaneously more justified and more poignant than it would be in a show with a more conventional fictional universe. It's more justified because God is real within the show's universe, demonstrably, canonically real. And it's more poignant because God is real, and God still doesn't speak to Ned. The evidence that divine attention is available, that Homer has received it multiple times, that angels appear in parking lots, makes God's silence toward Ned a specific and deliberate absence, rather than the absence of evidence that might more charitably be read as uncertainty. The show has also depicted what happens after death, briefly and inconsistently. Characters who have died appear in contexts that imply continued existence. The afterlife is suggested, but never mapped. Burns has come close enough to death that the question of his relationship with it has been examined, and the show implies that Burns has a complicated and highly personalized arrangement with mortality that doesn't resemble conventional dying. Homer's experience of death and near death, particularly in the Treehouse of Horror episodes and in certain canonical moments of apparent mortality, produces experiences that the show uses for comedy without fully committing to what they imply about the structure of whatever comes after Springfield. The show's sustained uncertainty about the divine, its insistence on God's existence while refusing to explain what that means for anyone in Springfield, is one of its most distinctive and least fully analyzed qualities. It might be the show's most honest position on religion. Yes, something is there. Yes, it sometimes speaks. Yes, nobody understands it. And yes, the fact of its existence doesn't make anyone's life obviously better or more fair. Section 23. The final spiral entropy, persistence, and what stays. After 36 years, what does the show actually know? Every long conversation eventually reaches the place where synthesis becomes necessary, where the accumulated details have to be organized into something that can be carried out of the conversation and used. Here is what we know, gathered from 36 seasons of evidence, from hundreds of episodes, from the show's own internal mythology, from the theories that fans have constructed and the show has occasionally acknowledged and the writers have declined to confirm. Springfield is a real place within the show's universe. It has a specific geography, even if that geography is internally contradictory. It has a population that includes real people with histories and feelings and relationships that matter to them. Whatever the ultimate metaphysical nature of the town, whether it's a contamination zone or a dreamscape or a collective act of denial or some combination of all three, the people inside it are real in the most important sense. They love each other and they hurt each other and they try and they fail and they keep going anyway. The nuclear power plant is also real. Its violations are real. The contamination it produces is real within the show's universe. Whatever the ultimate cause of Springfield's particular characteristics, the plant's role as a source of damage to the community it dominates is established by the show's own evidence, repeatedly and comprehensively. Burns is real. His age, however imprecise, is real. His medical dependency is real. His sustained vindictiveness is real. His economic control of Springfield is real. And his engineered brokenness of the people who work for him, who live next to his plant, who drink the water downstream from his facility, is real. Homer's damage is real. The crayon is real. The 5% of brain function lost in the coma is real, whether or not the coma itself is still ongoing. The grief over his mother is real. The love for his family is real. The family's love for each other is the realest thing in the show. More certain than any theory, more reliable than any evidence, more durable than any mystery the show has constructed around them. Homer loves Marge. Marge loves Homer. Both of them love their children more than they understand how to say. The children love their family in the particular ways that children love the families that make them, with ambivalence and frustration and tenderness and the specific, bone-deep attachment that comes from being formed by a place and a set of people, regardless of how imperfect those people are. This is what the show returns to, in every episode, beneath every theory, after every mystery, a family. Still there, still at it, still choosing each other. The floating timeline keeps them frozen. The radiation keeps them yellow. The dream, if it's a dream, keeps them perfect in Homer's memory. The denial keeps Springfield from acknowledging any of it. But the love runs underneath all of it, persistent and unglamorous and completely real, generating every episode the show has ever made and every episode it will ever make. The Simpsons is a show about America. It's a show about power and corruption and environmental catastrophe and institutional failure and collective amnesia and the specific way that communities trap themselves inside arrangements that damage them because the alternative is too frightening. It is also, before it is any of those things, a show about a family that loves each other in a broken town, in a contaminated world, inside a dream that refuses to end. Across 36 years and nearly 800 episodes, and every theory anyone has ever constructed to explain why none of it makes sense, the family is still there. Homer stumbles through the door. Marge turns from the kitchen. The kids scatter and reconvene. The couch catches everyone. The loop runs, and we watch. Because this family, this impossible, imperfect, indestructible family, is worth watching. It always was. Sleep well. Springfield will be here when you wake up. It always is. That's the whole point. Final end of script. Section 24. The show's relationship with its own nostalgia and what that tells us. Why the show keeps looking backward and what it finds there. There is a specific kind of episode that The Simpsons has returned to throughout its run, an episode structure that appears in the early seasons and then recurs with increasing frequency as the show ages. The structure involves a flashback, a return to an earlier version of the characters, usually Homer and Marge, usually set in whatever decade's cultural context the show has most recently established as their formative years. These episodes have been called, sometimes critically, nostalgia bait. The show going back to its own wells, replaying the emotional terrain of the characters' younger lives to generate feeling without doing the harder work of developing the present-day characters further. But there's something else happening in these flashback episodes that the critical label doesn't capture. The flashback episodes are the show's most explicit meditation on the relationship between memory and identity. They ask, implicitly, what a person is if their memories keep changing. If Homer's backstory has been reset multiple times, if his formative experiences now take place in the late 1990s rather than the 1970s, if the cultural context of his youth has been rewritten to accommodate the floating timeline, then who is Homer Simpson? What is the relationship between the current Homer and the Homer from 20 years ago? The answer the show arrives at, without ever quite stating it, is that identity doesn't actually depend on biographical accuracy. Homer is who he is not because of the specific historical details of his youth, but because of the emotional architecture those details shaped. He was shaped by maternal absence regardless of what year that absence occurred. He was shaped by the specific texture of his relationship with Abe regardless of the decade it was conducted in. He was shaped by the first time he saw Marge, regardless of what music was playing, or what clothes they were wearing, or what the social context of that particular cultural moment was. The details change. The emotional truth stays constant. And the flashback episodes are, in this sense, the show's most direct engagement with what identity actually is. Not a biographical timeline, but an emotional pattern, a set of formative experiences whose specific facts matter less than their impact. This also explains why the floating timeline, which creates such chaos when examined intellectually, doesn't actually damage the show's emotional coherence. We don't love Homer because of the specific year he graduated high school. We love him because of what the experience of high school made him: eager, insecure, unexpectedly romantic, capable of being completely overwhelmed by the right person. Those qualities are independent of dates. The flashback episodes also reveal something about the coma theory that we haven't fully examined. If Homer is dreaming, the flashbacks within his dream are doubly removed from reality. They're his dreaming mind constructing memories of a past that he experienced before the dream began, filtered through the current state of his deteriorating neural architecture. This means the flashbacks are the most unreliable content in the entire show. Every other episode is a dream. The flashbacks are a dream about memories. The cultural details shift between versions of the flashback because Homer's dreaming brain is constructing memories from fragments and impressions rather than from reliable stored experience. The emotional core of each memory stays constant because emotional memory is more robust than factual memory, particularly under conditions of neurological stress. But the surface details float, and the floating is a feature rather than a bug. It's the signature of a dreaming brain doing its best to reconstruct what it no longer has complete access to. The show's critics who point at continuity errors in the flashback sequences as evidence of careless writing are, under the coma theory, pointing at evidence of something considerably more specific and considerably more poignant. They're pointing at the places where Homer's memory has degraded, at the specific details the deterioration has claimed, at the outlines of a lost past that a dreaming mind is reconstructing from what it has left. The show loves its own past. It returns to it compulsively. It builds episodes around accessing it, revisiting it, replaying it with updated cultural details. And this love for its own past is completely consistent with a dreaming mind that has the past as the only genuine material it has to work with. The present of the dream is generated from that past. The future in the dream is unimaginable without it. Everything in Springfield runs on the fuel of what Homer remembers about the life he had before the vending machine fell. This is why the show doesn't age its characters. Not because it's a floating timeline in any abstract structural sense, because a dreaming brain can't age the people it's dreaming about. The dream can only show Homer's children as he last knew them. The dream can only show Marge as his memory holds her. The dream's past is frozen because frozen is all it knows how to be. And the show's nostalgia for itself, its persistent return to the emotional terrain of its earliest seasons, its affection for the period when the characters were most fully realized in their original configurations, is the dream's nostalgia for the world before the dream began. The time when everything was real. When Bart was actually 10 years old rather than always 10 years old. When the family struggles were recognizably human rather than escalatingly surreal. When Springfield was a specific place rather than an everywhere and a nowhere simultaneously. The show misses its own beginning because the dream misses the life before it. Every flashback episode is Homer trying to go back to before April 1993, to a version of his family that was complicated and imperfect and genuinely real. The golden age the show keeps trying to recapture isn't a production quality benchmark. It's Homer's memory of being awake. Section 25. The things Springfield gets right. What the show actually understood about American life. Beneath the theories, the truth the satire was always telling. We've spent a great deal of time looking at what's wrong with Springfield, at the contamination and the corruption and the captured institutions and the collective denial, at the ways the town fails its residents and the ways the residents fail each other and the ways the entire system is designed to perpetuate conditions that damage everyone inside it except the one person with enough wealth and influence to engineer his own exemption. But there's something else worth sitting with before we close. Something the show has been right about in ways that go beyond satire and into something more direct. The show has been right about community, about what it means to live in a place long enough to know its rhythms and its faces and its particular textures. Springfield is a terrible place in the ways we've discussed. It's also a real place, in the sense that real communities are real, not through idealization but through accumulated specificity. The show knows what the quick E-Mart smells like at 2 in the morning. It knows the specific quality of light in Moe's at 4 in the afternoon. It knows what Springfield looks like in the episode of a late summer evening when all the relevant disasters have temporarily paused and the town is just a town for a moment. This specificity is what makes Springfield feel real even when it's behaving like a dream. A community accumulates these textures across time, and the show has been accumulating them for 36 years, until Springfield is more specifically rendered than many actual places. The show has been right about families, about the specific way love operates when it's expressed imperfectly by people who don't entirely know how to express it. Homer's love for his family is regularly manifested in ways that are counterproductive or inadequate or just wrong for the situation. Marge's love for Homer includes an honest accounting of his limitations that never tips into contempt. The children love their parents in the specific, complicated way that children love parents who are both enough and not quite enough. This is what real families look like. Not the idealized families of earlier sitcoms. Not the dysfunctional wreckage of darker dramas. The specific middle ground where most actual family life takes place, where people love each other genuinely and fail each other regularly and keep showing up anyway. The show has been right about work. About the specific demoralization of a job that doesn't match the person doing it, performed in a place run by someone who values the worker's compliance over their competence, in a town where leaving isn't really available as an option, because leaving means losing everything the job provides. Homer's relationship with the nuclear power plant is the show's most sustained engagement with the actual texture of economic dependency, with what it means to need a job more than you respect it, with what it costs a person to spend their working life in a role that doesn't fit them. The show has been right about community institutions and their failure modes, about schools that can't afford to do what they're supposed to do, about police departments whose independence from powerful local interests is theoretical rather than practical, about media that covers itself with entertainment rather than engaging with uncomfortable truths, about the specific mechanisms by which communities convince themselves that the current arrangement is normal, expected, and unlikely to change. The show has been right about ambition and its costs. Lisa's story is the show's most precise examination of what it costs to be the smartest person in a room that doesn't want a smart person. The specific loneliness of being right in a community that has decided on a different story. The particular exhaustion of caring about things that nobody around you cares about. These aren't abstract observations. They're specific, detailed, and accurate to the experience they're describing. The show has been right about grief, about what it looks like when someone carries a loss for decades without acknowledging it. Homer's relationship with his absent mother, the architectural damage it left in his personality, the specific ways the grief of a childhood loss shapes an adult's capacity for trust and connection, these are rendered with a precision that goes well beyond what a comedy should be capable of. The show has been right about hope, about the specific kind of hope that persists in communities where things are clearly not working as well as they should, about the people who keep trying anyway, about Lisa, who keeps arguing for a world that doesn't want to be argued into being, about Marge, who keeps the household running through sheer sustained effort even when the household is running at her, about Ned, who keeps extending grace to a neighbor who will never fully appreciate it. The show has been right about America, about the specific texture of a country that is both more and less than it claims to be, about the gap between its stated values and its practiced ones, about the specific machinery that maintains the gap by ensuring that the people who would close it are consistently undermined, exhausted, and outweighed by the institutional interests that benefit from keeping it open. These aren't small things. A show that gets these things right across 36 seasons, across nearly 800 episodes, is doing something significant. The theories are interesting. The mysteries are compelling. The conspiracies are elaborate. But underneath all of it, the show has been doing something considerably simpler and considerably more valuable. Showing you something true about the world it's set in. And the world it's set in is, in the ways that matter, the world you live in too. That's Springfield. That's the show. That's what we've been sitting with all of this time, without always knowing we were sitting with it. A mirror, held up for 36 years, showing us something, still showing us. The fish has 3 eyes and nobody asks why. Homer stumbles home. The family gathers, the loop runs, and we watch, and we recognize ourselves, and we stay.